see Nick's camera on, but I don't see Nick. There he is. Should we wait a couple more minutes till John comes on?
I'd say give it 1 or 2 more minutes for anybody still joining, please. Thank you.
Are we waiting for Katrina too?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, here are John and Katrina right now joining.
Excellent.
And then
there's Katrina. And I'd like to formally open the CPDC meeting on this date, March the 14th, 2022. Julie, did you want to go through any of the Zoom protocols?
Sure, yeah. So hi, everybody. Welcome to the CPDC meeting of March 14th, 2022. I'm Julie Mercier, Community Development Director for the Town of Reading. Here with me tonight, I have Andrew McNichol, Staff Planner, and from the Commission, we have Pamela Adrian, who's the Chair. We have Katrina Meyer, Tony D'Arezzo, Heather Klisch, John Weston, and Nick Safina as well. So the way these meetings typically go is that the board will hear a presentation from the applicant, and then they'll get a chance to ask the applicant questions. And then after that, the chair will open the meeting up to public comment. So if you'd like to make a public comment, please use the raise hand feature, which is under reactions in chat, or you can go like this and we'll try to make sure we see you. And then when the chair acknowledges you, state your name and address for the record. And at all the other times, please remain muted. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you, Julie. I think we'll take one item out of order, and that will be the 1612 and 16 Sunnyside Avenue A&R. Do we have a representative?
Yes, Kathleen Desmond from Touchstone Law, 580 Main Street in Reading, Massachusetts. Before you, you have an A&R plan which seeks to subdivide 12 Sunnyside Avenue, creating what's Lot 1, new Lot 1B. The intent is to combine that Lot 1B containing approximately 10,958 square feet of land with the existing Lot 2, more commonly known as 16 Sunnyside Avenue. Both 12 Sunnyside Ave and 16 Sunnyside Avenue are situated within the S15 zoning district, which requires a lot area of 15,000 square feet and frontage of 100 square feet. Neither one of the lots currently conform with the frontage requirements. They're roughly a little more than 80 feet. The lot line that's being adjusted is the side lot line. The southerly side yard lot line is being proposed. The change will run northerly at the back of lot 16. What this will do, it will increase the lot area of lot 2 to 21,180 square feet, making the lot area conforming. Lot 12 will also remain conforming, containing 15,001 square feet. The existing garage, which was previously a part of lot 12, I'm sorry, will become part of lot 16. Nothing will change in terms of the frontage, so there's no intensification of the existing nonconformity. And based on that, I think it meets the requirements of an A&R plan and the requirement that no subdivision be required, formal subdivision.
Okay.
And I can take questions if there are any questions from the board.
Regarding wetlands, there are no wetlands present? That wasn't checked or indicated on the form.
I believe it was checked by Andrew McNichol. And am I correct, Andrew, that
Yes, I did. I do have the posted Form A. I'm sorry if that wasn't in the drive. I did check with conservation. There are no wetlands present at the site.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question or comment. Anybody else on the board have a comment or question? Oh, and are there abutters who were notified of this request?
So A&Rs do not come with a required notice to abutters.
John, Nick, Tony, Katrina, anybody?
I don't have any questions.
Yeah, pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I don't have questions.
Okay. There being none, should we vote?
Yes. I guess a question to, Julie and Andrew. Should I read the entire motion that you provided in our staff, in our packet?
It would just be a motion to endorse.
Okay, great. So I move to endorse the subdivision approval not required at 12 Sunnyside Avenue and 16 Sunnyside Avenue.
There a second?
Second.
We'll do a roll call vote. Anybody in favor? Aye.
Please call them by name, Pam, if you can.
Okay, I can do that. Heather,
Yes.
Tony,
Tony doesn't vote.
Is that kind of vote?
Nick,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Katrina,
yes?
and I say yes.
Thank you.
You're all
Okay.
set.
Have a good evening, folks.
Thank you. Okay, next order of business is the sign permit for 175 Haven Street. We have a representative.
Yep, here. Hi.
Oh, it's Christopher. Okay.
Yes, it's me.
Okay, go ahead and present.
Okay. So we're proposing to put a new awning on the storefront here for the salon that's getting put in. Pretty, fancy style. We want to enlarge the lettering a bit and then just have the contact information for the salon.
The standard size.
I can't see it.
And the current frame that's already.
Is there somebody who's chatting with you right now,
So just-
Christopher?
Yeah, it's my wife.
The owner.
Yeah, she's the owner. She's the owner.
Well, it said commercial, so he's the one going the permit.
So yeah, there's an existing frame, so we're just reupholstering the frame.
And we just wanted that middle logo where it says the Style Lounge a little bit bigger than the.
We're not quite hearing you, ma'am.
Oh, we just wanted the middle logo where it shows our logo, the Style Lounge, to be a little bit bigger than the 4 inches tall. So I think we do have on there the proposed height.
Oh, thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, it's right here. I can see it right now.
No, but the
Yep.
lettering size, that's there. The bottom 4 inches in height.
Yeah, so I think just to maybe clarify that some awning, not all awnings require sign permits if the lettering is under a certain size, but whereas this was over that size, the text bodies, it does require a sign permit, which is why it's here.
No, I think this is a good improvement over what you had for a placard sign. Are there any questions or comments from the board?
The height of the Style Lounge logo, that was 32 inches?
The height of the Style Lounge logo itself is 32 from top of S to bottom of the Y. So
Okay,
overall height.
Because the problem is now that you've got 4-inch lettering for the website and the text number, the entire awning at this point becomes a sign and becomes a little too large.
Is also wondering.
What would you recommend? How would we change that where we can still make the Style Lounge look a little bit more emphasized while keeping it to your
Specifications?
Yeah, exactly. I just want it to be visible for those that are passing by.
I'm not hearing anything you're saying, ma'am.
So let me retract. The point of having obviously the Style Lounge larger than everything else is because that's advertising the business. And you know, we're kind of going off what we have like next door at Fat Larry's, where their name is larger than their letter.
But there's actually there's an awning that's on Main Street.
She needs to come closer to that microphone.
Yeah, I'll just switch spots.
There is a business that's on Main Street that does have a similar, I don't think it's as big, but it's bigger so that you can see the logo of the business. I forget what the business is called. I think it is another salon or type of a beauty place. But it has that similar like cursive, bigger logo in the middle. So that it stands out and represents the business. Our goal is to just make sure that the business name is visible. And I feel like the 4 inches where it has the text and the phone number and the visit and the website, if it's all the same, it's going to get hidden, that logo and the business name.
100% agree. Here's what you're allowed. You're allowed 2 feet per linear foot. 2 square feet per linear foot. Obviously, the awning goes the entire length of the building.
Right.
So you get a total of 2 feet across that entire awning. The measurement for the sign will be from the start of the T in text to the top of the style to the M in com. So what you would need to do if you want to leave style in the same size, you're going to have to bring in the text and the website closer to it so they don't go to the edges.
Okay, so if we take, say, this, they can't see my mouse, huh? I know, I think Andrew's sharing. I think Andrew's sharing the screen. Sorry. So if we bring the visit and the text in so it's closer, more centered to that logo, that would be more acceptable?
That would meet the requirements for the town.
Okay.
So if you're doing
Perfect.
32 inches tall, you get you've got to have a total of 2 square feet per linear foot. And unfortunately, I can't do the math in my head right now.
Neither can I.
But basically bringing those in to hit that number will work.
Perfect. We can do that.
Okay,
Great. Thank you.
you're welcome.
Julie, does that mean they need to come back before the board?
No, we can condition that. And we
Okay.
can make sure they give us a new drawing.
Can you do that?
Yes.
We can do
Yeah.
that.
Should we just submit it to Andrew? Should we just submit it to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the other thing I'd like to confirm is that no light will shine through the awning.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay,
It's Sunbrella blackout.
Okay.
that's all I have.
All right, anybody else? John, Nick, Katrina? Heather, we're good? Then can I have a motion to approve with conditions?
Pam, do you want to see if there's any public comment?
Good. We can open this up to any abutters, interested parties. Anybody have comments? Questions?
You can raise your hand or use the raise hand feature under reactions in Zoom. I don't see any hands, Pam.
Okay. So now we can go ahead and vote to approve with conditions.
Yeah,
Well-
I'll move. I may need a little bit of help here. I'll move to approve the certificate of appropriateness. Tony, help me out here. Exactly how would you like to phrase the condition?
It's such that the entire sign area does not exceed 2 square feet per linear foot of the business or the, I forget how it says it. 2 square feet per linear foot of facade. That's what it is.
Okay.
Like the business frontage along the street.
Right.
So why don't I move to approve the certificate of appropriateness for the sign application at 175 Haven Street as amended?
All in favor? I can do a roll call. Pam, yes?
Do you want to do a second, Pam?
Oh,
I'll
no.
second it.
Okay. Ahead of myself here. I don't have everybody's face in front of me. Heather, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Tony?
Don't get the vote.
Don't get to vote. Nick?
I need to abstain.
John?
Yes.
Katrina?
Yes.
Is there anybody else that needs to vote?
You?
Yes. Is that everybody? Quorum? Ah, there everybody is. That's passed. What?
No, alrighty, thank you, Pam. Chris, I will get you this as soon as I can, and if you can get me that revised drawing, that would be appreciated.
All right, thank you. Will do.
Yeah, I'm abstaining, but I mean, in the past, we have marked up those submitted drawings with the dimensions we want.
So the question I was, so it's per linear foot, it's 2 square feet of space that's allowed to have signage on, or lettering on it. Correct?
Correct. With
Okay,
a
so
box
that would be-
drawn around the outermost area of the
Where the text is.
So it has
text.
to have a border.
No, just an imaginary box so that you can
Oh, okay.
you can calculate that square. Yeah,
All right,
yeah,
so-
no
so-
actual border, but
All right,
just
so we're
yeah,
allotted about 48 to 50 square feet of space.
We
Sound
can
about right?
figure that out. We can help you at the counter here at
Yeah.
Town Hall.
Okay.
just shy. Right, it's 20, just shy of 26 feet of frontage. So, yeah,
About 52 square
about
feet.
50. Yeah.
Okay. All right, that's easy enough.
All set. The next item on the agenda is the 40R plan review, continued hearing for 459 Main Street.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, everyone. My name is Attorney Jesse Schomer. I represent the applicant on this matter.
Okay,
If I may, Madam Chair, I have a few slides I could put up. If I could share my screen, if that's acceptable to the commission.
yes.
Okay, excellent. I'll do that in just one moment. Just to introduce our team who's on the call tonight. The architect for this project is Jeffrey Ollinger from Ollinger Architects. He's on and available to answer any questions. Also on the call tonight is Sam Gregorio of TEC. He's our traffic, parking, and safety consultant, as well as my client's representatives of GC Federa Contracting, and they're represented tonight by Guy Manganello and Giuseppe Federa. So I'll go ahead and share my screen now, if I could, and I'll run through this briefly because I know you've got a long agenda tonight. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Now? Okay. So as you mentioned, Madam Chair, the project that we're presenting to you tonight is it's a second hearing on 459 Main Street, which is at the corner of Main Street and Washington Street, as you all know, right in town center. The previous hearing on this project before this commission was held on February the 7th of this year. And there were a number of topics that were discussed, but just a recap of some of the main ones that we have been trying to track down issues and information for the commissioners was, among others, whether there was adequate parking for the commercial space and anything we could do about that, the layout generally and the geometry of the commercial space at that corner, as well as how it presented onto that vital corner of Washington and Main Street. In addition, traffic impacts and the site accessibility arrangement in terms of entry and exit from the site. Next issue was parking and traffic demand management, which is a critical issue, obviously, given that this is a transit-oriented development in the town's 40R district. And finally, there was an issue raised based on some comments from some of the residential neighbors about the visual impression of the building to the properties to the rear of the site. So those were the main issues that we took away from the previous hearing. In terms of project updates, earlier this month, I believe it was March 4th, we provided updated traffic impact study prepared by TEC, as well as a revised parking level access arrangement that we'll go through in just a moment. The bullet points from the revised access arrangement was to change the proposed access arrangement from two-way in, two-way out, to a one-way in to the site from Main Street and one-way out from the site onto Washington Street. By doing this, it has allowed us to create a dedicated loading, Uber, Lyft, and delivery zone in the garage, as well as to provide 4 parking spaces that will be dedicated to the commercial space. As I mentioned, there is an amended traffic impact study, and we'll go through that in a few moments. And there has been a modification to the shape and the size of the commercial space and how it presents onto the corner. So we'll go through the plans in just a moment, but following that, some additional topics that we'd like to go through are some comparative traffic impacts for this site based on as-of-right uses for this property, some suggestions and thoughts regarding parking and traffic demand management, some thoughts regarding visual impression to residential neighbors and how that can be addressed, as well as one final issue, which was raised by some of the members, which was you had requested that the applicant look into the viability of providing an affordable unit at this project. So if we could, next I'll go to a slide showing the previous layout of this project at the garage level. As you can see here with my cursor, this was the entire retail space here, encompassing the entire corner, two-way in, two-way out for both site access points. This was a potential loading zone, but because it was two-way in, two-way out, it was, I think the commissioners found this to be less than viable in terms of a dedicated loading area. So if I go to the next slide, and I'll ask our architect to say a few more words regarding the revised layout. And this was provided on March the 4th, as I mentioned previously. This plan has been revised now to, as you'll see, modify the layout of the storefront here to make it more usable and to provide a more prominent presentation of the space on the corner of Main Street and Washington. The Main Street entrance has become one-way in only, so that's one lane here, leaving the loading zone here to be a dedicated loading zone for deliveries, for move-ins and move-outs, Lyfts, Ubers, and things of that nature. And the access point on Washington has been proposed to be revised to an exit only. Jeff, would you mind coming on and speaking further about this to the commissioners and explain your what you're doing here?
I'd be happy to, Jesse. And so I think Jesse's done an excellent job in introducing the revisions to the ground floor plan. As he indicated, we've removed about 200 square feet of retail space, which has now allowed us to provide a wider sidewalk that could accommodate around 12 seats if there were to be cafe seating along the sidewalk. As Jesse also mentioned, the one-way traffic flow in the garage now alleviates some of the concern about traffic backing up on Washington Street. Now all of the traffic is controlled within our garage. And so we believe that solves for the issue of the traffic circulation around the building. And then with regards to the retail space, obviously the shape of it is a little bit less than it was even last time. However, we still provide nearly 1,500 square feet. And we believe that even with that sort of eccentric shape to the retail space, they'll still be able to utilize it quite well, especially given its relationship to the covered parking.
Great, thank you very much. So just moving on to the next slide and moving on to the issue of traffic. And Sam Gregorio, as I mentioned, is on the call tonight and can speak further to this. But what we did, one of the things we did with respect to traffic is we took a look at a range of by right uses that's permitted on this site. Because as the members may be aware, while this property is located within the town's 4ER district, it's also located in a business district. And the site owner has the option to permit this site and the use of it under either at their option. So what we had Sam take a look at is other by right uses in this underlying zoning district. And Sam, if you could go through what the numbers here mean and how it compares to our proposal.
Sure.
Sam?
Okay, that might be better. Anybody hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay, there we go. Okay. So good evening, everybody. My name's Sam Gregorio. I'm the senior traffic engineer at TEC. Let me just adjust my camera because that seemed to be out of view. So as we discussed last meeting, we have put together a revised version of the traffic study that looks at the current driveway alternative specifically, as opposed to the last version, which kind of looked at a couple different alternatives for what we were going to do for the driveway. Right now, the amount of traffic proposed from the site hasn't changed from that study. So for new traffic to the site outside of basically new cars, we would still be looking at 7 total vehicles in the morning, 10 total vehicles in the afternoon, which correlates to the first line on this slide. So the reason why the numbers are different, though, is because this is not taken in the numbers I've shown don't take into account anything for transit usage or anything like that. So these are just the base numbers, so it's easily comparable to the other uses for the site or other potential uses for the site. So without any credit for transit, we would be at 10 trips in the morning or 19 trips in the afternoon. And as that compares to the other particular uses, we've tried to look at it from what would normally be just like a one-story building in this area, although there could be more, but basically 2,500 square feet. Basically a little bit bigger than what we were showing for our retail, where we obviously wouldn't have necessarily that full garage, so we'd have more space to build a little bit. But looking at some of those uses, daycare center, sit-down restaurant, something what would qualify something similar to something like, say, an Applebee's, but obviously not as big, is that type of use. Fast food restaurant, even more so, trips, about 10 times as many trips. Convenience store, even more so. And I don't necessarily have to go through each one of these, but it's obviously showing that other potential uses for a by right on the site could generate significantly more traffic than what we're proposing. Overall, residential just doesn't generate a lot of traffic for the square footage that's there, 12 units, where most people would go to work in the morning or come home in the afternoon, and those are spread over multiple hours, where not everybody goes to work at the same time. Not everybody comes home at the same time. Some people telecommute. Some people walk to the train station. So we just wanted to show that we are significantly less than other uses that could be on the site. And then at the bottom, I just wanted to show a comparison. This is the McDonald's, just about 3 doors down. So 3,300 square feet, that McDonald's with drive-through. significantly more traffic than what we would be generating on the site. So this should just wanted to give that comparison, not only just for a by right sense, but also for kind of a visual sense of what we would be generating compared to other uses for this location and other nearby locations. So the key part of this being that when we're taking into account just our vehicle trips, where again, it would be 7 trips in the morning outside of all like the traffic and the other trips that are already on the roadway accessing our retail, 10 in the afternoon. So that worst hour of the day where we would be looking at 1 car from our site every 6 minutes on average, which is not a significant amount of traffic. And with our driveway on Washington being obviously the one way out there, any queuing that would occur based on our development is going to be inside our garage. So it's not going to be sticking out into Washington. They have to wait for the gap in Washington traffic in order to get out. So it doesn't necessarily interrupt the flow and how Washington is being used right now. For the entrance being on Main Street, similarly, it's a free movement because it's after the intersection for that right turn in. That's the major source of the traffic going into the site because that's 95 is to the south and to the west. So if you're coming from Washington Street, you could be using that road, and from the east, if you're coming over from close to where the Home Depot and the Jordans is, to use that road to come in, you'd go to the signal first and then turn north. So very little traffic coming from the actual north and turning left into the site. We project even in the peak hours, 1, maybe 2 vehicles doing that left turn in, which is not a substantial amount of traffic turning into the site over that lane of traffic. And no different really than any other use. I mean, across the street, there's a Dunkin' Donuts, which would have full access left and right out of their side as well. So that's just a summary of the comparison of the by right uses and the overall traffic. And obviously, I'll be here for other questions. I'm not sure if Jesse, I'll turn it back over to you. I'm sure there might be another part you want me to speak to after.
Thank you, Sam. Perhaps it makes sense to pause at this point and ask if the members have any questions so far.
Do you think you could actually get a 3,000 square foot fast food restaurant with a drive-through on that site?
Oh, no. The McDonald's wasn't actually meant to be that. The McDonald's, because it's actually a named business, it was meant to be the comparison of the McDonald's that's right there next door or 3 doors down. So that's the size of the McDonald's 3 doors down. So just to show on their site, this is how many people coming in and out of their site during those peak hours. Where the other uses, bank and above, the daycare center, are the by right uses that would fit on this site, 2,500 square feet. Or obviously a gas station is a little different because the square footage is looking at the pumps.
Yeah, but it doesn't say that on this comparison chart. It just has a list of comparisons, which I think it's assumed means that any of these could be put there.
And I apologize. That last use is it's just McDonald's down the street of what the size they are.
So my question is, what are you envisioning for the retail portion here? What type of use?
I think that's to be determined at this point. And I think it's also worth noting that it won't necessarily be a retail. It could be a small office. It could be something of that nature, which could generate less traffic than a retail store. But I think it's really what the market will bear. In conversations with my clients, I can convey to the commissioners that what they have mentioned to me is that if the space has trouble renting initially when the building is renting up, they would likely occupy it as a real estate office for the real estate business. So we anticipate it being filled immediately upon construction of the project by one use or another. But in terms of who actually occupies it, we just won't know that until we get closer to that point.
Well, I guess for me, the comparisons here, it's relevant. I mean, are we expecting like a smallish restaurant? Are we expecting a storefront? I'm looking through, my recollection is that, our desire is to not have most of the storefront retail taken up by an office. I have to go back and find that in our guidelines, but I remember this discussion with other properties. So I guess when we're talking about this, it does prompt a curiosity for me, and thank you for responding to that of what might we expect here in terms of the mixed use development.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. It's given the size of the space, it's obviously not a huge space. So you couldn't put a supermarket, for example, in there. I would expect something like a small coffee shop, maybe a small retail boutique type store, perhaps a small boutique clothing store, something of that nature. Art gallery, possibly, something along those lines.
So I guess I think that the issue raised during the last meeting about traffic was less about the traffic being generated by this site, because absolutely you're right. I mean, housing doesn't generate a whole lot of traffic. In retail could, most retail or most commercial uses in downtown Reading are really drive by and not destination traffic. So it doesn't really generate additional traffic. That's never been an issue or real big concern in downtown Reading. I think a lot of the discussion that we had last time was about the safety of turning movements. And so definitely I guess I do have some questions on the layout that was presented in the previous slide. I'm not sure exactly what you are presenting here. Certainly, eliminating traffic in and out on Washington Street would provide a much better scenario than I see that you were suggesting before. I do think, however, right, that the going along with the safety concerns and is the queue or the I'll call it the maneuver in and out of the site from Main Street, and the ease or how that would happen. So a lot of the information that you're providing sort of on the other site, or I'm going to say we're sort of false equivalencies, because right, if you had let's say you do propose this was developed as a convenience store, not that that's what we'd want on this site, but that is an option. And with a convenience store, you would have, in order for it to be successful, you'd have 8, 10, 12 spaces out front. They would be easy to pull into from Main Street. There would not be a whole lot of backing up onto Main Street, as opposed to pulling into a garage and trying to fit into a perpendicular spot. Certainly there would be a lot more traffic in and out with a convenience store, but as I mentioned, that's not really the issue I think that we were talking about last time. But going back to this, I'd really like to understand what is being presented here, because is it one way? Is it it still shows all the turning movements on this diagram with showing indicating one lane out. I mean, I guess I'm not sure what I'm looking at here. So if you can describe this a little bit.
I'd be happy to describe some more. So on the upper left-hand corner of this slide, you see a striped area as well as a clear drive lane. The striped area is the loading zone that Jesse described, and the clear area, as well as it has a ADA space that's dedicated to the retail. So that's what that striped lane is that's crossing the drive aisle, if that makes sense. And then, as Jesse indicated, there'd only be ingress traffic from Main Street. So that entire 24-foot drive aisle is available for cars to pull into, assuming there's not a car loading, obviously. And even with that, there'd still be a full 12-foot drive lane for them to utilize. And then from there, they would pull through. And John, to your concern about the garage parking being tighter than regular surface parking, we'd also like to acknowledge that these will be parking spaces that the individual will be regularly using. So they'll be parking in that same space likely every day. And so all of the particularities of the garage will likely be known to that person based on the habits of parking in the space. And then, as we indicated, you would drive through the garage towards Washington Street, and you would egress out of the garage and turn right, usually, or left, depending upon which way you wanted to leave the garage. But as you're making that decision, you would still be inside of the garage, and you would not be blocking street traffic or sidewalk traffic. And then
that's not quite the case, right? Because you do need to pull out. You need to pull out of the garage so that you can have a clear view up and down the street of whether there's a backup. So you have to be on the sidewalk. So let's paint a clear picture there.
True, but I'd also indicate that we have a 24-foot drive aisle. So if someone is exiting that garage, they will have a very wide view angle as they're exiting the garage.
Yeah,
I guess that's what I want to say. Even before they arrive at the sidewalk, they'll have a very wide view angle. And we've also improved the view angle on Main Street by stepping the building back 6 feet. So you'll notice now we have a much wider sidewalk at that location. And we also have now a much better sight line for someone that's pulling into the garage.
Thank you. I did note, and I didn't see this before, right? Your compact spaces are at 7.5 feet wide. I think that I don't know, I always get this wrong, but I think we've gone as far as 8 feet, 8 feet wide, but I'm not sure we've gone to 7.5. That's pretty narrow. And also, right, keeping it, I think, right, you have less than 17 feet too. So those compact spaces are pretty compact. I don't know if that was picked up before.
And just one comment towards that one. And obviously, if we need to make them 8, that's not an issue. We have a flexible utilities space that's in the lower right-hand corner of the parking garage. And then we also have additional space that if you're abutting the adjacent the retail space on the back side of that wall, we also have some additional space north of there.
That's all I have at what they've presented at this point.
Any further questions or feedback from the commissioners before we move on? And I think we will come back to some of these issues, Mr. Weston, when we get to the issue of parking and traffic demand management. So if there's nothing further, I'll proceed with the next. With the next slide. So one of the issues that in conversations with Andrew, he had asked us to look into was providing a parking and traffic demand management plan. And this kind of thing is typical for a development of this nature, particularly we're located in an urban area and particularly located as close to town center as it is. So I spent some time today just thinking about some provisions and going back and looking at traffic demand management plans that I have worked on previous developments personally, and come up with some suggestions or sort of provisions for inclusion, and we could discuss this with your town planning staff. But some typical type of conditions that could be approved for a project like this and would be typical for a project like this in my experience would be signage, noting that the driveways are entry only or exit only, as well as one-way signage within the garage. As I mentioned at the outset of my remarks, 4 of the 19 spaces are designated as parking for the commercial space. Signage for the loading zone, including signage to indicate to Uber and Lyft drivers who may not be familiar with the property, or as well as delivery drivers and move-ins and move-outs to ensure that they locate themselves in the appropriate location. A condition I've seen on projects like this would be that deliveries take place outside of peak traffic conditions, and that would be for the commercial space especially. One condition that I believe was required by this commission for, if I'm not mistaken, the RISE 475 was a recommendation that the parking spaces usage or ownership be decoupled from the units themselves. And what that means is the units do not come with a dedicated parking space necessarily. The residents would have to either purchase that or lease that from the building owner, separate and apart from their unit. And that's becoming pretty common for projects like this. And the purpose of that and the usefulness of it in a situation like this is you self-select your market for prospective buyers of a property like this, because if you're coming in knowing that you are, for example, a married couple, each person with a automobile, and you drive to your place of business, wherever that might be, a location like this where you have to buy each of your parking spaces or rent each of your parking spaces separately from your unit may not be as desirable as a for example, a single family home where you could have your own driveway and park as many vehicles as you need. Other conditions that we've seen in projects like this would be that move-ins and move-outs have to be arranged with building ownership outside of business hours and outside of the peak traffic hours that Sam was concerned about in his traffic study. And a whole litany of conditions, and I can provide this presentation to the members so you can take a look at this for yourselves and if you have any further thoughts. But you know, one of the comments that we heard at the last hearing was enforceability. And so I think that's a comment that was well made and received by us. I think it's critical to have enforcement mechanisms both within the building and also within outside the building as well. So we would propose to have security cameras to aid in enforcement. Condominium documents would have a fee schedule for residents who violate the rules, for example, exiting out the wrong way, entering in the wrong entrance. And that would be written into condominium formation documents, unit leases, and provided to all the residents to ensure that everybody understands what the rules are. As other options that we have looked into would be the feasibility of funding commuter rail passes for the residents, and that could be built in as a common expense for the condominium itself. And that would encourage residents to take public transport rather than automobile commuting. Another condition that was required for the RISE 475 was investigating shared parking arrangements. And I believe that's written in as a goal of your 40R district as well as investigating feasibility of on-site car sharing, such as Zipcar. And something my clients have also considered is whether it's feasible to look into a building sponsored car share. So acquiring a vehicle, perhaps an electric vehicle for the residents themselves to be able to use to allow residents to have access to a car but not need to own it at all times. And another condition that would be appropriate for this would be to seek approval and diligently seek that approval for a do not block the box striping to prevent the sort of situation that I believe you were concerned about, Mr. Weston, which is the queuing of vehicles and trying to exit onto Washington Street where there's already vehicles in the location where vehicles are trying to pull out to exit the site. And something else that we've considered would be potentially providing a monetary contribution to Green International's comprehensive corridor study, which they did, I believe, back in 2020. And as you may be aware, that study was done based on the Eaton Lakeview Chapter 40B project, and it considered the possibility of corridor improvements on Walker's Brook Parkway, as well as Washington Street. And it actually did consider the location that we're proposing to develop here, the corner of Main Street and Washington Street. So potential could be to have our proposed access arrangement actually peer reviewed by Green as an addendum to their study and to determine how this project would fit into the larger thoughts in terms of these corridors and how they work. Next issue that we heard from the commissioners was visual impression to residential neighbors. And as we mentioned, and Jeffrey can go into this a little bit further, the proposed project, unlike the RISE 475, and not to be disparaging of that project in any way, I'm familiar and have worked with quite a bit the architects for that, and they do great work. But what that project did not do, and what we are proposing to do, was to carry around the street-facing building facade, including all of the ornamentation that is being proposed, and specifically the mansard roof elements and things of that nature. And that would provide an improved visual impression to neighbors to the rear of the site. But one of the other issues that we heard was an issue of concern was the appearance of the exterior wall at the ground level. So what we would propose as a potential condition would be to ensure that that is clad in some kind of a decorative stone veneer that's appropriate for a residential building, and have that reviewed by your planning staff. Other potential outside of the box ideas could be to have some kind of a community sponsored mural to decorate that and have it beautified and look a little bit nicer. And I'll just move on to the next slide to show you what I'm referring to here. This is the wall in question, and we heard some of the neighbors at the last hearing articulate some concerns about how that would look and making it look more appropriate for a residential setting, given that there are neighbors directly behind. As I mentioned before, this is the facade of the building. It's being carried forward, same as it is on the street-facing facade, unlike the Rise 475, which is much less ornamented on the rear of the building, much more of a utilitarian perspective. And so that's an additional issue that we've looked into, and this is how we propose to address that. Perhaps before I move on to the next issue, Jeffrey, if you have any further to add on this.
Yeah, I think you've done a great job of summarizing the approach that we've taken. And again, we want to make sure that we have a beautiful building that works well both at a civic scale, but then plays well with its neighbors. And that's why we've carried the Queen Anne design language around the lot line, so that we have that type of consistent aesthetic throughout the project.
Great. Do any of the commissioners have any questions at this point on the issue of visual impression to the neighbors?
If I may, can you remind me how high that wall is there? I'm looking through the past submission. I'm just not quickly finding it.
It's 13 feet 6 inches.
Yeah. So after the last meeting presentation, I sat and I thought about this some, and I'm thinking about this. I'm thinking about the fact that the neighboring property, I think it was presented as a split zone between business and S15. And what I learned in the intervening time is that abutting property, wouldn't theoretically, under current or different ownership, wouldn't actually be able to build right up to the property line as you are, because it's currently in multifamily. It's within our bylaws, section 4.3 or something like that. And it has me actually really concerned still that they will be living with a 13-foot high wall right at their property line, when they themselves wouldn't have the right to build right up to that property line. So it's kind of like anyhow, with that, I actually started to wonder if we should be treating the neighboring property as though it is S15 and treating it as a transitional area, and coming up with other ways to, to lower the wall, to not have that, to not have a big wall like that right at ground level, right on their property line. Notwithstanding everything that you've presented about the nice ornamentation at the upper levels, what they'll be living with at their level is a very high wall.
And I'll make a response to that. Totally understand your concern. We had a similar concern when we initially were designing the building. And it sort of broke in a couple ways. Number one, there's already a 7-foot high fence that's on that property line. So we were seeing it as, at a minimum, we would be replacing that fence with something new. And as Jesse indicated, we'd be willing to invest in that wall so that it was something that would be acceptable to the neighbor. So that was sort of number one consideration, is what's going to go back there, regardless of whatever the building design is doing above. And then the other concern that we had was that if we only allowed for a portion of the parking to be uncovered, we would be introducing a series of other kind of environmental problems for the project, which would be dealing with snow management. Now, all of a sudden, we have half of the parking that's uncovered, and we have to deal with stormwater management. And so what we've done, granted, we do have a relatively high wall there, but it is capped with a green roof. And the green roof now is going to benefit the town and the stormwater management by controlling any of the rain or snow that otherwise would be falling on the cars and intermingling with, oil and other things that may be on the drive surface. So there are some legitimately beneficial reasons to have covered parking, especially when it's been incorporated with a water mitigation.
I kind of lost what you said there.
Yeah, and so I think that there's sort of, obviously there's many different choices that could be made with how to treat the parking as it's abutting the property line. One way is to leave it open and put a new fence there, in which case the project then has to contend with stormwater management and snow management, which also isn't great for groundwater, especially if it's in a parking lot. And then the other way, which is our approach, is to cover it, but then cover it with something that's going to be that is going to have some benefit towards the sustainability of the building, which has allowed us to put a green roof over that portion of the project. And that green roof, we know is going to be able to benefit the stormwater management of the project. It's going to be better for the cars, and it will still allow us to design something that'll be sensitive to the concerns of the neighbors.
So I do understand the benefit of having the green roof on top, especially for stormwater management. I'm going back to a 7-foot high fence being replaced by a 13 high foot wall, and people having to live next to that. So I flag that for now because I'd like to, I hope we can hear from the abutters again. But I think that there's probably more than, and I'll just say for myself, a mural is, I think not the, again, I'd listen to the abutters. I think we want to have something that is suitable to residents living right there. Not sure we're there yet.
Thank you, Heather. I have a question relative to traffic flow. Can we go back to that picture? You have yeah. Okay. Were you cognizant that there is, on the other side of this Washington Street, a gas station where there are vehicles that enter and exit going all directions directly catty-corner to your piece of property? And have you aligned your driveway so it's not feeding out in the exact same spot where that Main Street gas station is?
Perhaps I could ask Sam to come on and answer that question.
Yeah, I just took a look at it and I thought, we've got a bit of a snarl possibility here.
Yes, I mean, this is still no different than really a lot of other, driveway locations along other parts of Main Street or any urbanized roadway. There's always, with buildings this close together, there's going to be always driveways that are directly opposing each other. So I still think that with the amount of traffic that our particular site is generating, which again, and even I think the board's noticing that it's not exactly a lot, the chance of conflict, if there is any, is still very, very minimal. For at least what would be turning in and out of our site. Oh, I mean, into our site because we're talking about Main Street for this particular item. Sorry?
It's the Washington Street portion.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about Main Street for a minute. But
no,
then that's right.
Main Street, I have no problem. No, it's everybody coming out of your facility, turning left or right, and you've got directly across from your driveway the possibility of that gas station having traffic flow into the exact same spot you've got people pulling in and out of.
And understood. And that's still the same answer, really. It's
Okay.
a lot of urbanized areas where driveways are directly opposing each other. In our site, and I mean, just thinking about again what our site would be what would be exiting from our site,
Right.
the exact number. So both in the morning and evening peak hours, both of those time frames, which are the worst hours of the day for what cars are coming in and out the site, the exiting traffic is 4 cars each of those hours. So 1 every 15 minutes on average. It's just not a lot of chance of conflict.
Okay.
So comparable to what you could have at other sites. I hate to keep bringing up McDonald's because it's just right there. Unfortunately, it's easy to pick on it. Where you might be seeing like 50 cars come out in an hour of McDonald's, probably even more than that, just from drive-through traffic. That's the kind of level of conflict that might be somewhat concerning if that were to happen. But our site is generating so little that chance of conflict is minimal.
Okay.
And
that's all I needed to know. We're good. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'd like to question you about the decoupling of the parking spaces. If you allow for purchases of the parking spaces, they're no longer decoupled. Nobody's going to sell their condo unit and not the parking to go with it. Is that correct?
That's probably true. I think that would be up to the building ownership to determine how to do it. It could be something that the spaces are rented out rather than sold to unit owners. And that's something I've personally witnessed in condominium buildings that I've lived in myself.
And second, you mentioned many options for parking management from RISE 475. My question is, how many of those were actually implemented?
That I don't have any awareness of that. My recollection of reviewing their 40R permit was that all of those requirements were couched as suggestions or encouragements and not actually requirements. So in this case, we would be agreeable to having them as actual requirements.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question about the pickup drop-off space that you've been describing. I see that zone striped out to the north of the retail space. And then I think in the previous renderings, there was a gate there kind of after that. So does the new one-way concept retain like some sort of gating between the street and the residential parking, or is the plan now to keep that open so that it could be used for pickup drop off? And then similarly, I think you mentioned 4 parking spaces dedicated to the retail, but I only see 2 spaces in front of where I think that gate is. So similar question, how, if at all, is that access restricted?
I'll take that one. So the gate would no longer be dividing the residential from the retail. And so as you correctly identified, those 4 spaces would be near to the retail and dedicated to the retail. And then we would still have a gate at the Washington Street side. And that's mostly to control access for people leaving. As Sam's already indicated, the volume of traffic leaving the building is quite low. And so for us, that's more of an aesthetic thing than it is anything else. Again, if the gate became problematic for anyone in terms of operations, we could see not having it and just having conventional covered parking.
Okay, so the gate is only for exiting vehicles.
Right, that was the idea.
Okay, clarifying. And I appreciate the thought that went into this initial ideas for the parking and traffic management plan. I like the idea of including unbundled parking as part of the plan for this site. And I although it doesn't manage traffic itself, I would suggest also considering how much, if at all, would be designed with EV charging in mind or to be EV ready?
Yeah, that's a great comment, and thank you for that. We didn't provide this in our plans, but the plan now is for all of the spaces to be either EV spaces or ready for EV. I think we all recognize that that's coming, whether anyone or everyone wants it or not, and so we want to be prepared for it.
The way that we've handled it at Ace Flats is that we provided, I believe, 4 car charging stations, but then we provided a 4-inch conduit that runs the entire perimeter of the garage, so we can add additional car chargers to that conduit as the demand increases over time.
All for me for the current moment.
Can I continue on that? Under ACE, how do you charge for the electricity for the charging of the unit cars?
That I'm not actually sure how the management decided to charge for that.
Because the worst thing you could do is install charge point systems where you're actually paying to sit your car overnight.
Yeah, I don't think that's the plan. What I've seen is for sites like this, and it's early days for this kind of detail to be determined, but I've seen condominium buildings have the electric vehicle charging handled as a common expense, or you could associate it with the unit for the particular parking space. So there's options, but I don't think that the plan is to have a charge point type situation.
Are there any other questions or comments from the board?
Can we go back to, you had mentioned about the RISE 45 or the other mitigations that you're proposing on, or that you said you'd contemplate on related to parking. Can we go back to those on the? Yeah, so I guess just to understand what you said, right? So on here, since you have time here, it says, maybe the 4th item down, 5th item down, the applicant shall explore the feasibility of instituting on-site vehicle sharing. So what was your response? You will do on-site vehicle sharing, or you will commit to exploring the feasibility? Because we know what RISE 485's outcome on exploring the feasibility is. So I'm not sure that a smaller development would have a different answer. So right, I want to understand, like, are you saying that you do that, or just still explore the feasibility?
I believe on this, we would be agreeable to a condition requiring this. Something like Zipcar, I'm not, obviously that has external factors in terms of whether that's feasible for them as a company, but something that could be done on a building level would be something like a car share service. So if that were a condition that the board would require to approve this project, I think we would be agreeable to it.
All right. So understanding, like for Zipcar on a, if it doesn't work for them commercially, then the building or the institution sponsor needs to sort of pay a guarantee to them on a monthly basis that's what that they would produce a certain revenue out of that vehicle being parked there. And sort of some of these other things are that sort of thing. So yeah. That's good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the board?
I have one more question, and I'm sorry. It's a question about the other abutters, and I don't think we covered this at the last meeting. I'm wondering if you could review for us what you anticipate the impacts will be to the light in the units at the RISE building that are right next to this building.
Jeffrey, I think that one's in your wheelhouse.
I think last time we met, I kind of hadn't fully appreciated until I drove by that area again that all those units have windows that are directly facing this building.
Yeah, so I'm happy to speak to that. So as you can see, our building is set 3.5 feet off of our lot line, and the rise is likely set 3.5 to 5 feet off of their own lot line. So we're getting close to 8 feet of separation between the two buildings. Secondly, our building is to the south, obviously, which isn't great, but it does mean that those units should get light at the beginning and end of day along the lot line. And number 3, we've also removed the windows from our building along that lot line so that there isn't a risk that units that are in the rise will be staring into our building.
Okay, so is it 8 feet of separation between the building and the balcony there, or between building to the wall of the building?
So again, I'd have to measure the rise building, which I don't have precise drawings of, but I know that our building, just for proportional sense, if you look to where our wall stops, which is that darker gray panel on the ground floor, that's our building sets 3.5 feet back from our lot line. So if the rise building, if that balcony, for example, is 3.5 feet back, that means that they're 7 feet away from our building when they're on their balcony, if they're on the railing. And then they're likely they're almost 10 feet probably by the time we're back at their building, if they're another 4 to 5 feet back from there. And then additionally, not to belabor it, but I believe those rise units also have windows that look onto Main Street as well as on into the backyard. So that in theory would also indicate that they will have light available to their unit regardless of whether or not our building is present.
Yeah, and I'm not as familiar with what the internal setup of those units are, so I'm kind of looking at the shadow study too. I might just go look at the shadow study a bit more, but thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else?
I don't hear any takers. Perhaps I could move on to our final issue that we were looking into tracking down, which was, I believe this was raised by Mr. Safina regarding the viability of providing an affordable unit. So just to remind the commissioners, this project is proposed at 12 units, and under the DSGD district requirements, the affordability requirements only apply to projects above 12 units. So there's no strict requirements in this case for an affordable unit. The residential density in this district is 20 units per acre, but our review of recent permits that were approved by this commission in this district indicate that waivers from the density cap are pretty much routine in terms of requests from developers, and they've been routinely granted by the commission. And I would also remind the commissioners that the density cap is the only dimensional waiver that's requested for this project. All the other applicable dimensional requirements are complied with. As we have gone through previously, the proposed density of this project is approximately 51 units per acre, which compares fairly favorably as compared with other affordable projects in the zoning district, which have typically ranged and been approved for waivers in the 70s in terms of units per acre. And it's also lower in terms of the approved density of other sub 12 unit non-affordable projects, which include 18 Woburn Street and 531 Main Street. All that having been said, the commissioners asked us to look into this issue. So we have, from a pro forma standpoint, What we did was we took a look at the, because I'm a denizen of Chapter 40B, that's my primary area of practice. We took a look at comparing this project to Chapter 40B requirements, and under DHCD guidelines, the way that the Housing Appeals Committee determines whether a project is uneconomic is based on an analysis of the project's what's called its return on total costs, or ROTC. And the way that that is calculated by the HAC is you take the applicable 10-year Treasury note and then you add to that 450 basis points. So as of today, if we were to perform that exercise, the threshold ROTC for an uneconomic project under Chapter 40B would be approximately 6.6%, a little bit higher than that. So we took a look at a very rough approximation of the pro forma for this project, and with all 12 units at market rate, the estimated ROTC comes out to slightly less than 5.9%. That kind of a project under Chapter 40B would be described as uneconomic as proposed, which means that it voluntarily falls below the minimum threshold for an economic project. If we were to investigate the option of providing one affordable unit in 11 markets, and that would be one bedroom unit, the estimated return on total cost for the project would fall significantly all the way to 1.8%, which is a reduction of over 4%. And just by way of context, in a recent Housing Appeals Committee decision from March of last year, the committee determined that a reduction of 1.43 rendered a project uneconomic. So based on this, we've taken a look at it and determined that providing an affordable unit, in addition to not being legally required, it just doesn't pan out financially for this project. And compared to other sub 12 unit projects, that has not been required in the past. And we would respectfully request that the same treatment be afforded to this project as well. So that's the analysis that we provided on that issue. And I'm happy to answer any questions on that.
Any response from anybody here?
Well, I can start. Number one, I don't think whether a project is uneconomic is a factor of a 40R.
That's true. I was providing this analysis just by way of comparison to what the state considers an economically viable project, and that would be a return on total cost of 6.6.
Your cost will also be based on the cost of the property itself. So if the project can't be economic at the numbers you have now, you'd have to reduce cost, which means you'd have to pay less for the property. Correct?
Yes, I suppose that's true.
Okay. Second, you say the only waiver is the density. You may or may not be aware the town has been very vocal in their comments that our densities that we're waiving are too high. You say we routinely waive density. I would say there's nothing routine about these waivers. We work with the developer, we get as much as we can from them. Also, we are coming up with some new guidelines for the waivers. And I wonder if you've done the work of looking at how those new guidelines would be met on your waiver request.
I have not, but I would be happy to look into that. I am aware that you are looking into changing the zoning on this, and that density is a concern. What I would also point out, and I'm sure the commissioners are very well aware of this, as of last year, the state has enacted a MBTA zoning requirement for all communities with access to public transport. And Reading is identified as a Class 2 community, which has been slated by DHCD that you will be required to provide a zoning for just under, I believe, 2,000 units within half a mile of your commuter rail district. So what I would respectfully say is, particularly in this location, density is appropriate. I think the 40R district is designed for that, and it would additionally provide I think, an appropriate site to help the town meet its required approximately 2,000 units within close proximity to this district. And that's a requirement, the requirement that's coming down the board from the state, irrespective of changes to the town's 40R district.
Yes, but that's we don't actually have to build those units. We just have to show that they can be built.
Correct.
Yes. And finally, I'd like to discuss the gross floor area. From last month's submission, you listed the gross floor area of 21,861 square feet. Is that correct?
I'm going to hand that one off to Mr. Ollinger.
Jeffrey, you're muted.
Sorry, Tony, that sounds correct. The current proposal or the changed revised proposal should be 200 square feet less, and that's reflected in the change in the retail size.
And I'm questioning how you're measuring the gross floor area. We say it's from the outside wall for each level. So the gross floor area on the bottom floor alone should be about 10,000 square feet, maybe a little under 9,000 or so.
Yeah,
you've got it listed at 2,100.
Yeah, I believe it excludes parking.
That I don't know where it says excludes parking. It says the outside wall for any storage. Let me double check. The sum of the areas of the several floors of a building or buildings measured from the outside surfaces of the exterior walls at each level intended for occupancy or storage.
Okay, well then we'll have to revise it, although we are, I should note, significantly below our required FAR.
If you're doing 4 floors at 8,000 square feet apiece, just roughly, that's 32,000 square feet, isn't it?
The upper floors are 7,000.
All right, 31,000. On a 10,000 square foot lot, that's 3.1 instead of 2.8.
Like I said, we'll have to look at it to make sure that our numbers are complying.
Okay. That's all I've got for the waivers. Thank you.
Thank you. Did anyone else have any questions or feedback on this? Perhaps I could take down the screen share. I'm concluding with my presentation.
Yes, please continue.
That concludes our presentation for this evening. From the conversation tonight, there are a number of items, I think, homework assignments for us, as it were, and some information to track down for Mr. DeRezzo. And I believe there was a question about the distance between the buildings that Ms. Klisch asked us to look into, so we're happy to do that. But at this time, that concludes our presentation. We appreciate your time.
Okay, I'd like to open up the meeting to any abutters of this project who would like to weigh in. Yes, Bruce and Lisa Johnson. You're muted currently. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Bruce and Lisa Johnson. We own the property at 166 and 168 Washington Street, along with my brother Greg and his wife Janice. We've been in the home since 1988, about 34 years. Lisa actually has been here for over 50 years. She lived here since 1970. We do like living close to Reading Center. I own a business in Reading Center, and I'm fortunate enough to be able to walk to work most days. It's a lot better than pulling out onto Washington Street, I can tell you that. And we understand part of that is living close to commercial properties. The current owner of the property, Gary, has been a good neighbor for many years. It pains us that he may be retiring, as he has serviced our vehicles for decades, but I'm sure he has that coming, and we wish him well. We also know the developer, Giuseppe, came to meet with Greg and I for the first meeting, and we appreciate that. And we know the family, good people. Our kids went to school with some of their kids. Our focus here is our home, the value, of course, but mostly the quality of our lives, certainly during construction, if construction is going to happen, and most certainly after the project is built. Lisa and I live on the west side of the home, the portion that faces this new development. Most of our windows face the proposed development. And when you look at the west elevation, that will be our view from both floors. I do want to reference the 475 project because that also abuts our property. It's in the back of our home, adjacent to our backyard. And the way that's built in reference to our property line is a lot different, allowing a bit more of the sky and sunlight and a bit less shadows. The first level of that structure is set back 15 feet from the property line as compared with this project, which the whole building is 15 feet back. The second 2 stories step back another 10 feet or so. And then the 4th story steps back considerably. And that's the portion of the building that abuts our property that's closest to this development. And I think that may set some precedence in terms of the impact on the shadows and the daylight to us. They originally had balconies that faced our property, again, on this closer portion, and those were changed to face actually the 459 project. So the closest portion of that building does not have balconies that come out to our property. You mentioned the wall, about double the height of our fence, or a little less than double the height of our fence. And, certainly from a noise standpoint, having parking enclosed would be better. But I mean, that's our main view from the first floor. So we're very concerned of what that would look like. I can't think of a mural that we'd be interested in, but it's hard to imagine, what that could be. That could be, something that we see every day that we'd be pleased about. And the other thing I want to reference is that wall comes all the way to the sidewalk. So our driveway is right up against that wall, and we don't have a wide driveway. So the vision lines there pulling out could be dangerous. The last thing I want to reference before I pass it on to my wife, she has a few questions and a couple of comments, is the Chronicle Project, which is much closer in size of this project. It's a smaller footprint, but much closer than the 475 project. And that project's only 2 stories on the Main Street side, quite a bit less imposing to those neighbors than this would be to us. And now I'd like to pass it on to Lisa.
I don't know if anybody wants to comment on what you said first, or should I get going? Because I have a few things. Does anybody want to comment on that? Do you think that makes sense?
I can comment while the statement is still fresh. Again, thank you for for joining us. It's always helpful to hear your concerns and comments. With regards to the design of the wall, we're very open to however you would like to treat that. It could have a naturalistic look. Again, that's something that we would be more than willing to work with you on the design of it to make sure that it was something that was beautiful and not just simply utilitarian. With regards to your concerns about exiting your driveway, you should note that we have about 15 feet of separation between the property line and where our garage exit is. So it's not as though the two are right next to each other. There'll be almost a full width of another drive lane between the two driveways. And then number 3, regarding the articulation of the building along that property line, we totally hear you in terms of the way that 475 Rise building has been modified so that it's creating a softer impact on your property at the lot line. We have at least initially attempted to do something similar to that. We have the portion of our building that's closest to your lot line would be at 15 feet. However, about half that wall is actually set back another 5 feet. So you almost have 20 feet of separation between what would be the living room windows of those units and your property line, which is 5 feet further than what the S15 zone would require. And then with regards to the vertical articulation of the building, we have carried around the mansard portion of the or design of the roof, so that it helps to visually lower the impression of the building from your lot line. I mean, obviously a step back may be a little bit better, but we think that this is still a very strong way of dealing with the articulation of the building and helping to make it feel more integrated into the residential scale of the abutting neighborhood.
Can I offer an investigation that I think you should look into for that wall? So, I mean, at the other property on Chute Street, where we're working on this green wall thing, though, you could step that wall at, say, 9 feet or something, because cars parking nose in, right, don't need the full height up against that wall. So you could potentially step that wall back, so that takes down the height of the wall. And then on top of that step, you could have some plantings, right? Some limited height plantings that then start to screen from, especially from ground level at that angle, start to screen the windows of the units above. But also we could plant you could plant something in that bed or at the ground bed that then grows up the wall too, to sort of take away the sort of that material.
Yeah, no, I think those are great suggestions, Nick. And I hadn't even, until you just mentioned it, thought about using the same system that we have at Chute Street, which is really intended to be, a little bit more transparent, have a living perennial vegetation on that material. So that could be one thing that we could utilize there. The idea of lowering the height of that portion of the garage is also possible. However, we do want to make sure that we can maintain as high a clearance as possible in the drive aisle. So it would likely step up at the drive aisle, but you're right, we would get.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about maybe just a 4 or 5 foot step. I'm looking at the sections and it looks like there's the beam the step wall could be the beam that runs north-south. And so that's taking care of the structural element of it. But I wasn't thinking about taking it back 15 feet. I'm thinking 4 or 5 feet, which allows something viable to be planted in there.
Yeah.
The presented wall is much lower, and then the plants also help to sort of, break it up. And I don't know, it's a little softer than, say, having just more solid structure.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And again, that's where, I like designing things. And so I think designing, a beautiful wall for the neighbors and making sure that everyone's happy with the result is where I'd like to take it. And anything that we can do to help make that a welcome addition, not just simply something that needs to be there, is what we would try to achieve.
Well, thanks for those comments. And yeah, the whole green area is another thing of obviously concern. You can imagine it being something nice. You can imagine it being something that's not maintained and something that's not very nice at all. The point about the wall going to the sidewalk wasn't as the close proximity to the driveway that's proposed. It was the fact that the wall blocks sight. Right now, our fence steps down so that you can see as you pull out, and the wall looks like it goes the full height all the way to the sidewalk. So that was the concern there.
Yeah, and that's also an area that is flexible to a certain extent, at least in terms of its height, given that that's the location of the transformer for our building. So right now we simply have a tall wall around it to help visually screen, what is already an existing transformer. And so if that wanted to be something that was lower at that particular corner, there's no reason why it couldn't be.
What's the impact noise-wise on a transformer right at that corner?
You've been living with one already.
There's one at that corner now. There's a dumpster at that corner.
A transformer for the building, switchgear.
The one.
Could you do something transparent that both the east wall and the south wall of the corner, to somebody visibility through it?
Yeah, I think that's possible. I mean, again, as I mentioned, I think the transformer itself will only be about 60 inches tall. So, you know,
That's
I think
if you need it, right? We found out that the other building didn't need one, and yours isn't that much bigger.
this will be significantly smaller. I think, Nick, you even in the last meeting may have questioned whether or not a transformer is required for a building of this scale.
Right.
So yeah, I like I said, of all the places at the ground floor, it's kind of that corner, and then at the north east corner of the property, abutting the Rise building, we have our bike storage, and as well as which would be future photovoltaic battery storage. So that corner could also be lower. So the idea that the thing is tall across the entire length is also not necessarily true. It might have a variable height.
Yeah, so I'll just start with that because you already talked about the garage wall. Like we said about our fence coming down a little so we can see, and you said you can probably do that because of the transformer.
Mm-hmm.
Our fence doesn't go all the way to the sidewalk. So are you still feeling you need to do out to the sidewalk something because of the transformer there? The transformer isn't further back, right at the sidewalk, correct?
Correct. Yeah. And so, and you'll notice in our plan, we've sort of left a zone that's intended to work as a utility for the electrical, as well as other systems in the building. But that being said, that entire area is like 15 feet wide by about 24 feet deep. So if we wanted to soften that and slide the transformer back a little bit, lower the wall, that's an area that we have the ability to adjust it.
Mm-hmm. And when you mention, well, you've been living with a transformer there, are there, I'm assuming, I don't know much about this, there's different size transformers for what's being done in a building, right? That's a mechanic with 2 employees. This is a 12-unit. Would your transformer be larger, louder? I don't know.
I think it would likely be the same size or smaller. And for the reason that even though the mechanic that's there doesn't necessarily, obviously, he's not running refrigerators all the time, the equipment they run is actually very high intensity in terms of energy. If they're talking about running anything hydraulic, anything that, requires drills or motors or whatever else. So I could see that there would be, oddly enough, a significantly higher energy demand potentially for a mechanic shop, just given the type of equipment that they're using. Whereas we'd have very light use residential function for our building.
Great. And then just one thing about the wall, and it really doesn't have anything to do with us because it sounds like you can solve it by bringing that wall where we pull out onto Washington down. Am I correct that that's not going to be the case for your residents pulling out of that 24 wide? Like when they pull onto Washington,
mm-hmm.
they got a wall on either side. Is that accurate? Or at least a wall on one side, not on our side will be lower.
For them pulling out, they'll have a 24-foot wide opening. And it's only one lane of traffic leaving. Right. So they're going to have arguably a wildly oversized exit for what they need. Right. And so that's number one. Number two, and I think even potentially to Tony's question regarding FAR, this entire parking area may become unenclosed if that's an issue. So there may be a much more transparent version of this garage if that enclosed parking becomes the concern.
Right. I was
I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt, but if we don't need 24 feet, why don't we move the transformer west and chop the corner a little bit? Like, you know, take a section out of the little corner against their driveway, and then they'd have a complete sight line.
Well, we're not looking for that waiver,
What waiver?
drive aisle waiver.
I'm just trying to bring up a plan here. We're not really displaying anything. I'm trying to find the most current plan. Because I'm looking at the street view and I don't see a transformer, so I don't know when it was put in. Is it on the ground or is it below grade?
Are you looking at the floor plan?
I was just looking at Google Earth, trying to visualize.
Yeah, there's a box. The box of equipment that was described to me as a transformer that's on the that's at that south east corner of the lot.
Yeah, can anyone drive a visual of the ground floor plan that's currently proposed?
Yeah, I have one if you want. I have a presentation that I can share. I don't know if I can share the screen.
I mean, I guess I don't understand why we wouldn't move that transformer from the southeast corner to the southwest corner of that block of space and chop out a little bit of this corner to take care of the sightline issue.
Yeah, that's fine. We in the previous presentation, we had sort of identified two general areas that could be used for trash hauling, and that was sort of to keep the circulation of the traffic flexible. If we're now, comfortable with the one-way circulation off of Main Street, then that means that the trash will be over at Main Street, and we'll now have more flexible area where the transformer is located. So if it did need to move over, 12 feet, we could do that.
Okay, that's something you should explore. I want Lisa to get back to what her issues are.
Thank you. On to the check, which you guys touched upon this a lot.
Mm-hmm.
On the traffic study, there's a section that you say, exiting on Washington Street will not impede Washington Street traffic flow. And I know what you mean. The queue is inside the garage. It's not coming outside. But that's not accurate, because when you're pulling out to that space and you want to take a left, you will impede the people coming. We know how to do it. You pull out, you block traffic, and people can't come because you're waiting for the people going towards Walkersbrook to let you out. Sometimes a light cycle can go by, and the only cars that got out were the ones that were ahead in the line, 3 of them. So I know that you talk about you can go east or west on Washington Street. You're not planning to make that a right turn only. You're letting your people leave and take a left down to Walkersbrook to go to Staples or wherever.
Yep.
Yep. Do you understand what I mean by I don't agree with it?
I think I do understand what you're saying. And so you're right, they would have both left and right hand turn onto Washington Street. And you're indicating that there would be, if someone's turning left onto Washington Street, that they have to essentially wait for the light to turn so that the far lane of traffic, which would be the eastbound lane of traffic, is clear. Is that what you're saying?
What I mean is, when you're taking a left out onto Washington Street and you are happy to solve the problem that no one's entering that way, so you can't back up to the intersection, that's great. But because they're taking a left out, people waiting to get to the light can be blocked by the cars coming out of the driveway trying to go left.
Oh, I see. That they may have to make an accommodation for that.
And my first thought was, you might say, well, let's try to make it a no left turn, which no one's going to like it, but I don't think anyone's going to follow it either. I think if you're allowing this one exit out, you got to let them go left and right, correct?
Yep.
And so it's not correct what was said in the traffic study, that it will not impede Washington Street traffic flow. It will. It won't affect it the other way. I understand that, but it's going to affect. That's already, when you drive in this area during drive times, the traffic coming from Walkersbrook to this intersection, long lines. Someone coming out taking lefts out backup. And I don't, I don't expect you to do a no left turn. I also thought if you did do a no left turn, it's not enforceable anyway, right? Private property signs aren't enforceable.
Yeah, I think Jesse, and not to get too crazy with the technology, but Jesse's indicated that there may be the ability to have some penalty within the building's bylaws. And quite honestly, if we were monitoring it with cameras, there's ways that you could see people turning left.
Right now, it is a left allowed, right? You're allowing left turns.
We're willing to. I think our position is that we're very flexible on whatever traffic pattern is most acceptable to the town and the board. We've done, I think, a fairly comprehensive traffic study, and so even the concerns you're describing, there's likely 4 to 6 trips an hour that we would be seeing. So that's one, every 10 to 15 minutes would be a turn. So we think that there's a very low volume of traffic, but you're correct that, there may be some difficulty turning out of or more specifically, there may be some obstruction introduced into the westbound lane of traffic on Washington Street. And we totally acknowledge that. And so if there was an elevated concern that left-hand turns were a problem, there's definitely software out there that has cameras that can tell you if someone has turned left out of a parking garage.
Mm-hmm. And when you talk about the numbers of people you expect coming out of onto Washington Street, you talking about just the residents, or are you thinking about retail?
Well, we believe, it would be primarily, I'm sorry, Sam, you take it.
Yeah, the parking is generally for the residential component. There are parking spaces for the retail, but these are generally what we would expect to be used by mostly the employees of the retail. So it's a strict, time frame that they would be going in and out based on shift times, and they'd be kind of known to how they were going to be doing that. So when it comes to the 12 residential units, which is basically what we'll call the overwhelming majority of what would be exiting on a Washington Street, it doesn't sound like, obviously you would think there's, X amount of units and therefore there should be X amount of trips. But the key part about residential and what's great about residential is not everybody, again, starts at the same time. Not everybody works in the same place. Everybody has different types of hours, and generally how residential works is there's actually a lot less per unit, but it's usually scattered over multiple hours. So where I'm saying there's 4 trips exiting, there's 4 trips exiting between, say, 7:30 and 8. Oh, well, bad example. So let's say the afternoon, 4 when people are leaving, say 4 trips from 4 to 5, and then there's another 4 trips from 5 to 6. So it's over time, it becomes the amount of total units and how many people are in and out of work, in and out to drive their kid to soccer, et cetera. But yes, generally we would be expecting that it's the residents using that parking area, and the small amount of retail spaces would be generally assigned towards those employees. And again, we have the accessible space. Obviously that's a patron space, but and the loading, if there is loading, but loading to be generally off peak hours, as we had noted, that's what we're going to try to work for.
Okay, thank you for that. Related to this, a little separate, but it was next on my list and it is related, is the loading area. When you have cars, trucks, whatever, coming to that loading area, are they directed to go out onto Washington Street or expected to back up onto Main Street?
They would drive through.
Drive through.
Yep.
So I know that's going to probably work for Uber and Lyft, right? Because they're regular sized cars. Have you thought about UPS, FedEx, the box trucks that might be delivering, produce to, if it's a restaurant or whatever? Are they going to be directed to go through the parking lot and go out on Washington?
That would be, we would have to design for that. And we've designed 6 Chute Street so that it can accommodate a 17-foot box truck, which is a typical delivery truck size. And you're right, one of the challenges, but we know that it's possible, is to make sure that we maintain a drive aisle that's tall enough for those vehicles to exit. which we can accommodate. But again, that's also having to make sure that we can accommodate those vehicles is also something that raises the height of the garage. So that's part of the reason why that 13.6 is sort of it's the lowest number that we can do and still put structure in and still have a truck clear the structure.
Mhm. So I want to tell you what we see on a fairly regular basis living here. You know, when UPS and FedEx and those types of people want to like leave their car idling and run in and make a delivery and run out because they want to stay en route?
Mm-hmm.
My opinion is these UPS and FedEx size trucks for the 12 units that have, I don't know how many people are living there, they're getting their deliveries, maybe the retail space is an office or what, getting deliveries. They're not going to love pulling in, coming out, waiting to get out onto Washington Street to be back at a light cycle that they just left. They were going north. Now you have them back at a light cycle. So we think we're going to see the same thing. Just on day 3, the UPS driver is going to go, this ain't working. What we see now with the 459 lot at Gary's, they're half in the lot, half on the street, running, making deliveries, jumping back in. Now there's not even a lot. It really is now only a sidewalk in the street. It just doesn't seem like this is going to work. Any input on that?
Yeah, I mean, we've got, as I mentioned, we have the sequence of arrival and loading that we've described. I appreciate that the Amazon drivers are rogue in the way that they use the parking along the street, and that they tend to just take advantage of whatever curb cut they can get their car into or truck into. Now, that being said, we do have 2 very large curb cuts for our project. So that's actually something of a benefit. That means that if they're not going to necessarily be pulling up, onto the sidewalk itself, if they do decide to not use our traffic circulation. But again, I think as you also indicated, there can be something regarding enforcement that happens where, it's not as though, well, I guess to put it a different way, when you see, my sense is that when you see the Amazon trucks in the residential neighborhoods, especially more urban neighborhoods like I live in, they're kind of able to deliver to a dozen different houses, right? And so there's no one that really is there complaining about that truck specifically belonging to that one house, right? Whereas with our project, if there's an Amazon or a FedEx truck or something that's not using the building correctly, we'll have management and we'll have the ability to address it in a way that I think a suburban, a more residential community would necessarily not have the force of, of numbers to address FedEx or UPS in the same way. And so we think that through enforcement, through planning to accommodate for a widely flexible traffic pattern, and then again, making sure that the rules of the road are well known to everyone that's using the building, that we can still achieve, a very low impact project that is meeting all of the parking requirements for the town.
Well, I'll just close on this section to say, we know and we see, and I think everybody on the board driving around Reading. I mean, I know a lot of what we're saying is about being abutters, but it's also driving around Reading. And this intersection is so congested and so busy. And this lot is literally on top of it. And I know there's a lot of housing projects going on in town. None of them are even close to a lot like this. There's one that has Chapin Ave. There's one that has Green Street. There's just a lot of options. And I think when it talks about numbers of people and delivery trucks and such, there's nowhere for these people to go. And it is going to affect the intersection. I'm just concerned about that. I don't know if anybody has anything to say about that before I go to the next thing, or do we need a bathroom break?
Not quite.
Okay, so
Not
I'll get off of traffic and go to my next thing, and unless a board member has anything to say about what I said about traffic.
Can can I suggest, right, it sounds like you're in for the long haul. It's 9:30, right? We've heard, you know, some of your comments, and they're all good, right? I guess we have yet another item that is going to take up some time after this. If you've seen these meetings, I rarely do this, but I know that we're going to have a lot of discussion on this development in the future too. I'm wondering, it also looks like you may have some notes in front of you. Could you either provide like the top 2 or 3 items, and maybe you have already, and send the rest in by, you know, send the rest, if you have them written up, send the rest to Julie and she can distribute them, and we can sort of go through them during our next meeting. This is not something I typically do, but I know that we've got a whole lot more, and it sounds like you've got a lot, and you should. So just sort of thinking this out.
Get cut off. That's okay. No, I'm at the end. Everyone else, you know, got to talk.
No, I know, and I that's why I don't want to cut you off in terms of what you have to say and input, but I'm just trying to think about how we can do it in a way that.
That's absolutely fine. I'm just going to bring up one thing because it's kind of a question too, and it can be my last thing. It's actually one of the most important things. However, because everybody was talking about the wall and about traffic, I just kind of jumped in to add on to that. When it comes to shadows, I think everyone agrees it's a big thing. You know, shade, mold growth, property value, quality of life. I'm just curious because I had a hard time reading the shadows. My husband can read them so much better. Do you find they are in line with the what would be the design and standards guidelines? Do you guys look at that and say, oh yeah, that's definitely fine, those are shadows we expect? Did anyone look at that?
So I can, number one, the town of Reading, you guys, board, feel free to correct me, does not have a precise definition of shade hours that are in the bylaw. Am I correct on that? So with that in mind, then the question becomes, it's a little bit subjective, but you're able to see, I think, in our diagram, that your property will likely only catch shadow after about 3-4 o'clock in the afternoon, and from that it'll likely be at the long or at the winter months of the year. We're happy to provide a more comprehensive shadow study, but we don't believe that this building will have a grossly negative impact on your property, and if anything, it'll be a minor impact.
I don't think there's a shadow guideline, but I think there is a setback and step back guideline. And again, I go back to, if we could look at the RISE project, I think it's on page A301. It shows pretty clearly how that affects our property line and what that angle is. So we might want to reference that in terms of.
And I don't know if there's anything.
Overlay sorry, I think it's like figure D in section 6 of the bylaw. I may have that figure wrong, but it shows that there's essentially 3 different approaches to how setback can be established, and one of them is based on an angle, and I believe it's and so we can also draw that in so we can make sure that we're on the same page in terms of what we're showing.
And I promise, last question, because it just closes that section. This being a transitional area, your lot, does that affect anything we're talking about in regard to, well, there's shadows, but that's okay, we'll wait a minute, now we're in a transitional area, or does it matter?
In terms of you having a split lot, is that what you're asking?
Well, that's a whole nother set of information that we've been researching, but no, isn't your lot 459 Main Street referred to as a transitional area?
We are residential.
We're residential, but
I think
459 Main Street is transitional. Is that correct? I'm sure someone can answer this.
I would leave that to Jesse, but my understanding is that we're entirely within the 40-yard zone.
That's
I'll
correct.
chime in here because that was the, oh, go ahead, Jesse, please.
I'm finished. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, this is the point that I was bringing up earlier that I may not have been very clear about, is that 459 is entirely within 40R. The Johnsons' property is split, and I'm raising a concern of should we be treating the boundary between 459 and the Johnsons as transitional because of the kind of combination of our bylaws, even though the abutters on Washington Street are split, they would never be able to develop a 40R under our current bylaws. So I was actually questioning whether we should be treating this as kind of a transitional area, even though it's not as not as clear cut in our bylaws as it would be if the boundary for the zone was right on the property line. It's getting late. I'm getting more fumbly with my words.
Heather, if I may jump in. It is not in the bylaws. However, it is in the design guidelines. So section 10.5 would take effect. It refers to directly abutting a single family, two family, or three family residential use. It does not say residential area. So the lot is being used, even though it's split, as a residential use, and section 10.5 should be applied.
Thanks.
We can take a look at that. We'll put that on our homework list for the next hearing.
Well, thank you very much. And I will be sending my email. Thank you for mentioning that I can do that. That's great.
Please do. We would appreciate that. Are there any other abutters who have comments? I see no hands up. Julie?
Or other non-abutters in town?
Non-abutters, yes, there you go. Anybody else impacted by this project in one way, shape, or form? Okay. So it looks like, Julie, we need to continue this project.
Yeah, so there's your April agenda is already getting busy, but there's a slot at 9 o'clock.
What day would that be, Julie?
April 11th.
11. Okay, 9 p.m. Got it.
Yes.
So I'll move to continue the public hearing for the 40R plan review at 459 Main Street to April 11th at 9 o'clock.
Before we vote, since we're having that, that's relatively soon, I would encourage Bruce and Lisa, if you can email your comments, since we ended up cutting you off sooner, like this week or tomorrow or something, so that we can make sure that those get distributed to everyone and they get addressed and not sort of at the tail end. So thank you.
It's probably going to be tomorrow. So
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. We'll see you in April.
Got it. Julie, we're all set?
You just need to second the motion and do a roll call vote.
I'll second.
Excellent. Roll call. Heather.
Yes.
Tony, are you voting?
Can't vote.
Nick.
Yes.
John, were you abstaining from this one?
No, I'll vote yes.
Katrina? Katrina, are you voting on this one?
Sorry, yes.
Okay. I think that's everybody but me, yes.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jesse.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Right.
Make sure for next time, Jeff, that we talk about any mechanicals on the top of this building.
Will do.
Okay.
So I wanted to suggest, since it's 9:30 already, that maybe you could take the sign out of order. Do we still have someone?
Rebus? Harsher signs?
Yeah, they're,
Are they here?
looks like he's still here. We just need to let him know.
See him.
Yeah.
So at this time, we'd like to bring up the issue of signage, sign permit application for 643 Main Street. Anybody?
Brian, are you there? Brian Vassar? It's Brian, right?
Yep, and I shot him an email as well.
Are we coupling this with the Lafayette marker?
They're two separate items, but they're both for the same property.
Right.
So we do have Peter McGuire here on behalf of the Lafayette marker, if you want to talk about that one first.
No, let's go ahead.
Okay. Andrew, were you going to screen share the documents or do you want me to?
I can pull them up real quick in just 1 second.
Great. So I'll just give a quick, if this is what we're going to do right now. I was approached a couple weeks ago by some members of the Historical Commission alerting me to this opportunity to put a historical marker at 643 Main Street, noting that General Lafayette stopped, I think it was called Skinner Tavern back in 1825, but he stopped at the site on his tour of the Northeast. And so I was looking in the sign bylaw and trying to figure out like how this might fit. And there's not really it's not really accommodated in the sign bylaw in a neat way. And so I wanted to get CPDC's guidance on how you think we should approach this and whether there would be any possibility for an exemption for a historical marker and an administrative approval, or if you'd prefer for it to be located somewhere else, just to talk about options for how to handle this unique situation. So we have Peter McGuire here on behalf of the Lafayette Trails Group, and then Everett and Virginia Blodgett and John Barnes and Virginia Adams are also on the call, and they're proponents of this project.
Did I need to call to order?
I'm
not sure how
I don't think so, because I think there's 2 HDC and 1 historical commission. No, and 2 historical commissions. So I think they're okay. But correct me if I'm wrong on that. Nope. Okay, so Andrew, do you want to pull up some of the information and Peter can give an overview?
Okay, we can see it.
Peter, can you unmute yourself? In the bottom left of your Zoom screen. Do you see it in your Zoom screen? Do you see like the microphone icon?
How's that?
Perfect.
Oh, great. Thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Well, this is quite a meeting I've been sitting on it now for, as they used to say, for something entirely different. I've lived in Reading for many, many years, and I'm a retired educator and a tour guide at the Massachusetts State House. And when the Barrow students would come, we'd all crowd around the portrait of Governor John Brooks, Reading resident, hero at Lexington and Concord, very good friend of George Washington, and also very good friend of Lafayette. And I had written a number of articles and one of on these gentlemen, and one of them was published in the Gazette of the American Friends of Lafayette Society. And I was then contacted by a Julian Esser, who was president of the Lafayette Trails Incorporated. And he worked out of the Boston French consulate for a number of years. And what the Lafayette Trails Incorporated does, it's right up on the screen right here. First of all, that's Governor Sununu of New Hampshire on the screen, and I just wanted to make sure everything I was doing with Julian was totally legit. So there's Governor Sununu unveiling one of the markers up in Hopkinton, New Hampshire. And what the Lafayette Trail is doing is trying to put markers all up and down all the states east of the Mississippi River, where Lafayette came in 1824 and 25. He was called America's guest. He was treated as a rock star in Reading. Now, Julian contacted me and said would be interested in putting a marker in Reading. So I put together. I met the Historic Commission in December, told them of the project, and they gave us their approval. And I worked with a group of wonderful people, the Blodgetts, Virginia, and Everett Blodgett, and Virginia Adams of the Historical Society. And we investigated, and we decided we were going to do this. And we put together a proposal. The Lafayette Trails Incorporated said, fine, we'll do it. Now where to place it? Well, there's a marker on Main Street in front of, at the corner of Pleasant and Main. On this, if you look at this map right here, there's a little thing called a tavern. That's right now where the Latham law offices are. And this tavern was in Reading. It was Skinner's Hotel or Skinner's Tavern. And there was a marker in the sidewalk granite telling of that. Well, we decided that's where it should be. We wanted it, in town. We wanted it to be able to seen by pedestrians. There are a lot of markers all over the country where you drive by and you can't even read it. You're driving so fast. This is one of the few that are right in the downtown. Okay, so that's where it should be. But if you look at Pleasance, look at the corner where the insurance office is right now, the law office. It's very busy. There's a traffic light there. There are street lights there. There are about a half a dozen of those granite bolsters that are there. And we said, why not put it in front of the Latham's office, Latham's business? It's a beautiful garden there. It would be maybe 2 or 3 feet off the pavement. There are benches there, and it would be just delightful. So I approached the Lathams and asked them would they be interested, and they said absolutely. So what they did is they put together a letter of acceptance, sent it to the Lafayette Trails Incorporated. The Lafayette Trail says, fine, we'd love to put it there. And right now, our marker is in a foundry in Ohio being assembled right now. It's going to come in maybe about 10 weeks or so. And eventually what we'd like to do is to have some type of a ceremony there, just to welcome the group. One thing it says on the bottom of the marker, it says the marker said that on June 21st, General Lafayette was welcomed at Skinner's Hotel, where he saluted the crowd prior to moving on to New Hampshire. And at the bottom, it says the William O. Pomeroy Foundation. The Pomeroy Foundation is a nonprofit group that seeks to encourage historical markers of that ilk in communities for the study of history. They've provided the funds for about 6,000 markers all over the country right now, and they are willing to put a marker in forests. And that's basically it. Would love to be able to put it there, and we're indebted to the Lathams for agreeing to put it on their property. And that's about it.
Is there another marker of some sort on that building? Historical marker of some sort?
No, the only thing I know of is the 1 foot by 1 foot granite marker that's in the sidewalk.
And what does that identify?
That says that General Lafayette visited here on this, it says on this site, on the tavern that was on this site in 1825.
And would that marker remain?
Be what?
Would that marker remain?
Yes, I don't see why not.
And do we have a picture of that marker itself? Just the text.
My understanding is the marker will look very, very, very similar to the picture of the one that they showed with Governor Sununu. But I did want to mention, Pam, that it looks like Virginia Adams would like to say something.
Oh, please. Thank you, Virginia.
You just have to unmute, Virginia.
Thank you. I just wanted to expand on the markers in the sidewalk. That was part of a redevelopment plan in the downtown area, and there's something like 10 throughout the sidewalks. So everyone should be out looking for them when they're walking downtown. Thank you.
Thanks, Virginia, for the clarification. Anybody else with their hands up?
I'm not seeing any.
Okay.
So is the overall question, what's the mechanism we have to approve this? Julie?
Yeah, that's my question. Just noting that the proponents it's their great preference to have it located on the property, and the Lathams are amenable to that. But because it's on private property, typically signs on private property fit somewhere in the sign bylaw, but I couldn't really figure out how this would fit, and it doesn't really match the definition or the size requirements of a government sign. And it's not a sign related to any business that's happening on the property. So it's, just want to get your feedback on what you would allow, what process.
If I may make a proposal, if it is amenable to Mr. Latham, if we do 8.3.b, instructional and directional signage that is unlit and either less than 1 square foot in area or required by government regulation or entity. We're an entity.
Yep.
We could, with his agreement, require it as part of the approval of the certificate of appropriateness.
We would certainly assent to that. There is no problem with that whatsoever.
Sorry, Tony, what section of the sign bylaw?
Is it 8.3B?
Oh, okay, I see it. Okay.
I'm sorry, 8.51B. No, 8.5. Shoot, where is it?
I think you were right. I think it's
8.3
B.
B.
Yeah, I see it now. So you're saying that by issuing a certificate of appropriateness, you would be requiring it?
Yes.
Okay. What does everyone else think about that?
Any of the lawyers concerned about precedent setting, doing something like that?
If I can understand that, Tony, just to make sure, are you saying that certificate of appropriateness for the other sign that we're going to discuss would have a condition that says they must put the other sign up?
I wouldn't even go, well, I don't know if we'd have to say they must, or we could say we allow it.
But in the condition for the other sign, the requirement for
Yes.
this, the historic placard.
Yes.
I think it's a little weird to link the two together since they're not really related at all.
Yep, I agree with that.
There's about 4 million signs in town that don't comply and that we don't do any enforcement on. Right? Right, you were told to stand down years ago when we were trying to update, when the town was trying to update the code and things at sunset. You were trying to do enforcement, you were told to stand down. So just don't enforce it. I mean, why are we trying to create some back door to something? Just don't enforce it. It's a good sign.
I just kind of want to let it happen.
Right. The other thing is, right, the two may not be related, but it is the same property, and we often issue master signage plans. So to the degree that, you know, it's part of a master sign plan for the property, it is related.
But they haven't applied for a master signage plan. So, I mean, I'm just.
Yeah.
I do also caution freestanding signs are typically special permit, not a certificate of appropriateness in business B, which not to go down that path, but.
What about granting staff
A sign
a
anywhere, right?
one-time unique situation exemption to grant an administrative approval for a historical marker?
I think
I think that's fine.
Sure, that's fine.
I think we're all in agreement with that. Should we vote?
Virginia, did you have your hand up? I saw.
No, I think Julie came up with a good solution.
But it looks like Evan Ginny has a hand up there. It's blurry because of a filter.
Okay, I'm not seeing his name.
Up next to Julie.
Well, probably not in somebody else's.
Somebody else's screen. Hi, it's Everett Blodgett. I'm very much in favor of it. And I agree with what Julie and some of the other people have said. I'm a little bit apprehensive of putting it as you look at the Latham building on the left-hand side. That's a busy corner. There's a lot there already. There's a crosswalk there. There's a light crossing. There's a intersection. So I think you should maybe want to stipulate approval. Again, it's really from the Lathams because it's their property, that it should be on the right-hand side. The sign is not without some size. It's 2 feet by 3 feet. And if you put it on the left side, square to the street, it's going to block a lot of the building. But if you put it off to the right, it sets in a beautiful setting of trees as a backdrop. And it just has a lot more character on the right side for both the property and the house. That's just my feelings. And I think it should be considered where it sets on the property to some extent. Thank you very much.
From our perspective, we would not object to either side.
So is this something we need to vote on, that we're giving
We need to provide approval.
And it's the approval for the planning department to give administrative approval. Alrighty.
You're on, Heather.
I move to authorize planning staff to give administrative approval and determine and guidance for the location for the historical marker at 643 Main Street.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, roll call. Aye. Heather?
Yes.
Tony, you voting?
I can't vote.
Nick?
Yes.
Katrina?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Is that everybody? Or as I can see? So approved. Yes, Peter?
Yes, I want to thank you all very much for this. It's been a bit of an ordeal, and again, the two Virginias and Everett have been wonderful, and we've had our ups and downs with primary sources and all of that. We want to thank you very much, and I want to set your calendars for 2 years. That's the 200th anniversary that Lafayette came through Reading, and I'm sure we're all going to be around to welcome him again. Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Peter.
All right, on to the William Ravis sign, Archer Signs. Is there a representative here? Hi,
Yeah.
Brian. How are you?
Hi, good. How are you?
Terrific.
So, should I just go on?
Please do.
Okay. So last meeting, we talked about the size of the sign that we were requesting, and it was brought up to make it the same height as the law office, which we've done. The letter height is the same as the law office. Actually, the smaller, the W is the same size. The rest of the W and the R are the same size. The rest of the letters are smaller. Those are the changes we made. They're still halo lit. Nothing's changed there. Just the request was, or we made the change to the size.
Okay. Questions or comments from the board?
Not from me.
Nick, Tony,
Nothing for me, thank you.
Heather?
No, that's fine. The letters will be aluminum, right? Is that what I'm seeing here?
Yeah, everything is aluminum. It's correct. The background and the letters.
Aluminum, but painted gold? That's what they're gonna be?
Painted white. The background is
Painted
painted
white.
blue, letters are painted white, but aluminum, painted aluminum, yes.
Okay.
Comments from me.
Okay. So are we all pleased with the results of what we're seeing in front of us?
I think we're accepting of the results in front of us.
Okay,
Are you ready for a motion then?
I think we are.
Okay, I move to approve the certificate of appropriateness for the sign application at 643 Main Street for William, Ravis.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
And voting, all in favor? Aye. Heather?
Yes.
Tony, are we voting?
Nope.
Nick?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Katrina.
Yes.
I think that's all of us. We're all in agreement.
Okay.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you. So we're good with this plan then?
Yeah, we are.
Okay. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you so much.
We shall. It is now 10 o'clock, 5-minute break. Is that acceptable? Heather says yes. 5-minute break is good?
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, are we ready to begin?
I think we are. Okay. Next item on the agenda. Is a vote on Article 15, 40R bylaw amendments for annual town meeting.
Actually think we're going to do the continued public hearing for Chute Street, Pam.
We can do that. Oh, we did move a couple of
Yeah,
items.
we took the sign out of order. Yeah.
Okay. Chute Street. Back on the agenda. And do we have a representative? Yes, Jeffrey Ollinger and Brad. Brad, did you want to speak first?
If I may, I'm speaking in place of my son Joshua, who's been deployed to the Eastern Europe. And I wanted to understand this is the 7th session that he's had on this particular project, so it's certainly well vetted. And as you can see, and what you're going to hear tonight, the applicant has in fact listened to the comments made, and you're going to see an enhancement in the number of affordable units. About a week ago, I looked at the architecture for the first time. It's very attractive and very unique. It's not a cookie cutter kind of a building that you see sometimes, unfortunately. The features are, I think the second floor wraparound porch is beautiful with the railing. I personally like the concave frontage at the intersection of Chute, High, and Haven. It's a very nice feature. And the columns along the retail section are unique and give it a certain character. In fact, it reminds me of what you'd see in an old building in Newburyport. It does preserve outdoor seating, which has been commented on. There are 2 locations I see in the plan that provide for outdoor seating. On the concept of smart growth, it's certainly right on. It couldn't be closer to public transportation other than being on the tracks. So it's really a great location to meet that objective. And as you heard earlier this evening, MBTA's new development mandate is something that this will help Reading in that context as well. So our hope would be that you folks would feel that at this point, with the additional information you're going to hear tonight, that it's appropriate and mature enough for you to act on it. And I'm going to turn it over to Jeff and as the architect and ask him to explain the changes and answer any particular questions you folks may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Jeff?
All right, thank you, Brad. So I'll share my screen here. Make sure I get that correctly. Okay, so as Brad indicated, we are now presenting for our 7th turn. Our team is largely the same, obviously with the exception of Josh. We are welcome to have Brad on our team for this presentation. We really have a very limited agenda, response to previous comments, and then any additional questions that may come from that. So we took 3 main comments away from the last presentation. Comment number 1 was regarding density, and specifically the ability for our project to accommodate an additional affordable unit in our mix. And so on further reflection and analysis, we were able to shift the mix of affordables to 8 affordables out of 29, which will then give us a 27% affordability for the building, which exceeds the required 25% for the housing to be included in the town's affordable housing number. For our second comment, there was a question just regarding the clarification on building height, and that we would not require a building height waiver. We have taken further analysis to the perimeter of our site And in our previous presentation, we were only looking at the grade change along Chute Street. And I think, as John pointed out, that number would likely shrink in terms of what we were looking at once we considered the entirety of the perimeter of the site. And so we've done that calculation. And what that did was essentially lower the adjusted height by about 2 inches. So our established height, average height, is 2.32 feet above 45 feet. Our building as it's designed is 44 foot 8 inches above that established ground plane. And so we're 4 inches below the current calculation, and we would have been 6 inches below on the last presentation. Okay. And then our third comment was regarding a cleanup for the parking garage. And we went back and looked at the plan, cleaned up the column, so now that we can guarantee that we have our 16-foot drive aisle clear of structure. Okay. And so from that, basically, it's our presentation from the last meeting. And since I know that we're running a little bit late, I'm happy to go through the presentation again, just to familiarize everyone. But again, the board, feel free to redirect me if you feel as though you've seen this all. So again, this was the isochrone map that we showed in the previous meeting that illustrates a 5-minute walk from our project, and you can see how wonderfully saturated the western half of the 40R district becomes with our foot traffic, as well as that we have a very sizable catchment area into the residential neighborhood, which means that our project will be highly accessible neighborhood. Again, this is looking at the strengths of the project relative to the 40R requirements and why we may need to have higher density in this location. Here we're showing the adjusted average height, and that our project is still below that. Here we're showing the design modification to help incorporate some of the cornice language. Again, we're showing the view from the tracks and how we've modified that so that now we have a range of materials and detailing shown on the building, with the infill material helping to complement the patina. Here we're showing the view from High Street with the publicly accessible terrace. And here we're showing the nose with the enlarged Chute Street Depot Park, the covered patio area, the view along the street, and our sidewalk plan. So with that, I think we can redirect it back to the board to hear any comments that you may have regarding our change in density or our change in affordability.
Can you just, can you go back? I think it was maybe the second or third rendering. I think it was a view from across the tracks from the station platform.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't have anything to say on this. It struck me a little bit different when I looked at it this time, but I'm just trying to imagine this with, it looks, when I looked at it today, I'm going to say it looks kind of naked. I don't know how else to describe it. But then, a lot of glass, which is good. The brown, the panels, and I think it's all just the tinting of the glass. It's making it really look stick figure-ish or something. I don't know what to say, but I'm also, I guess, once you put all those homeowners, they're going to have shades. It's going to change the look of those windows some. I just, this particular view struck me differently today. So I just wanted to take a look at it again.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Yeah, I guess it's just from this particular angle, it looks flatter. And I'm sure that's just a rendering. So
yeah, it's probably the angle. We have our. This will probably be the most regularly experienced view.
Yeah.
Well, probably not actually. A lot of people stand at the train station during COVID.
There's a lot of people.
That's actually like if you're standing in the middle of the street right there. That's
Right, but I mean, the previous, to John's point, the previous view just didn't have all the shadow lines that you'll see at the sills and on the texture of the infill panels and the actual seams on the metal pieces. And, you know, there's an ordering element to the building. I'm not going to give you an architectural lesson, but you know, you have each of the bays, and then there's some order between that with the windows, and each of the windows is a frame, and then within the window, different happening. Overall, there's an order to the building.
Yeah, and so Nick, was I right in sort of catching that there was something different from that one?
You know, I think it was just the lighting, Jeffrey, on that particular scene. But you know, if you start populating every single unit with furniture, that model is going to take a long time to render as well.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting that. Yeah.
All right.
I have a question about materials. I'm still trying to get my head around what the brown is. Is the brown that we see, will that all be the like bronze wall panels that are in the?
No, that'll likely be a terracotta. So there's sort of two different, and actually it's probably easier to see on, like this view is a pretty good one. So if you see the tones of beige in the middle of the wall itself would likely be made out of either like a terracotta panel or something that has an earth tone to it with a natural range. And so you'll see a range of probably 3 to 5 tones of beige in the infill material panel. And then the storefronts and the balconies would be trimmed out with a metal panel that would be bronzy, but complement the infill. So the idea is that you're sort of making that storefront out of a sort of metal panel material, but the building itself will have more of almost a masonry look to it.
like a stucco, you mean?
No, like masonry, like coursed masonry is how it would probably look at the end. If you think of Ace Flats, how the Norman brick portion of it, which is beige brick, that has almost a 1 foot long brick. We've seen other materials that are similar, but you know, kind of keep that long, thin aspect ratio where it sort of begins to appear as though it's masonry. But that's the idea, is that there's a material that has a natural range that's on the infill, and then what I'll call the more technical parts of the building, which would be around the glass and the balconies. Those adopt sort of a metal panel language.
Any other questions or comments from the board? And can we see the view from the Chute Street side? Yeah. Further down, we had discussed opposites. Yeah, we had discussed having a living wall. Is that still in the plans?
Yeah, that's very much so on the plans. This is probably on the lower portion is that view. Yes, and that's still absolutely in the plan. I think our the product that we researched that has a mesh that can be planted, that has a planter at the base of it, that has all been detailed so that we have basically a screen-like element that will allow for perennial plants to grow on it. The blank one here is where the transformer would be.
Any other comments or questions from the board?
And so can you just go back to the garage plan, and then what do we have here? Do you have one that has what do we have there in terms of the parking spot widths and the drive aisle widths?
So those are 8 foot and 8'6", 8 foot for the compact, 8'6" for the standard. The functional length of the space is 17'4", so it's actually a bit longer than 17. The drive aisle width is 16, and the bay width is 16 feet as well, which works with a 17'4" angled parking spot.
And that's right. That's all measured from the outside of the. Right. That's clear of the
Clear of the
clear of the columns. Yeah.
That was something that I made sure we went back through to make sure that we weren't cheating ourselves by putting columns into the drive aisle.
Okay.
How big are the regular size spaces, Jeff?
Those are 8'6" wide, and they're 17'4" deep.
Okay.
Is it standard Reading space 18 feet long? Julie, is that what you're looking up?
I'm more interested in the width, but I think
Yeah.
So it says enclosed accessory structures. Yeah, spaces should not be less than 8'6" in width and 17 feet long. Yeah. This sounds like it will comply as long as so the ones that are less than 8'6" are the ones you're considering compact.
Correct, and we've drawn those at 8 foot.
All right, and then going to the change in affordable, I guess I didn't do that math, but I take you for your word, right? That adding the additional affordable gets us over the 25%.
Correct, yeah, we're actually at 27%.
All right. I think that's a big change.
Yeah,
at least
38,
in my
but I
mind.
give it 25.
What's the percentage of your compact spaces?
28%, which is less than 30%.
Okay.
I have nothing else.
You have nothing else?
Nope.
Anybody else have any other comments relative to this project?
I just can't remember if we talked about this. Are there meters on the outside of this building anywhere?
No.
Okay. No gas?
No, this will be all electric building.
Okay. Yeah, let's have the applicant answer that. Well, electric, so nothing is outboard of the building skin.
Correct. Yeah, sorry, I correct that. There is an existing gas line that could be utilized by the retail if they desired.
And what do you have for EV hookups?
EV hookups, we haven't discussed specifically which spaces would have them, although we want to make the building net zero capable. So the idea would be similar, that we would provide the infrastructure for the photovoltaic and for the sustainable features. And then I think it kind of, as we indicated in the last previous meeting, that as the demand for electric vehicles increases, we'll have already planned into the garage's design the ability to add electric charging stations.
Okay. Anybody else have any comments or questions?
Oh, actually, I had one other question. And I'm sorry, this is in large part out of curiosity. We haven't talked about this, but for the retail, say, especially for the larger spot, if a restaurant wanted to go there and there, do you build it so that it has all of the kind of restaurant ready ventilation, grease traps, all that, or does somebody come along and install that if they want to create a restaurant? How does that work?
So it kind of goes like two ways. Obviously, if we know that there's a restaurant that's going to go in there, we will already design in the mechanical equipment. But typically the way it works is we will allow for a route for a duct to go to the roof, which is what we did at 24 Gold Street. We initially designed a route for the restaurant vent, and then it was later on that actually, we weren't even anticipating that a restaurant would go in there, but the Green Tomato wound up moving in there. And basically, as we were finishing construction, they were installing the ductwork for that restaurant. So it's kind of pre-planned and then executed on demand, so to speak. And then with regards to the grease trap, that's just simply something that we have to. You can deal with that a couple ways depending upon the demand of the restaurant. So if it's like a coffee shop or something that's pretty low demand, they actually make grease traps that can go under a counter. So it doesn't even have to go into the ground. So there's ways that we can accommodate it. And then I guess a third way of dealing with the retail, it's a little bit even more towards the speculative side, is that the floor can actually be left as gravel until there's a tenant that's selected. So that and this is actually what we did at Ace Flats, which is then when the new tenant wants to install either drainage or whatever else it might be, they have the flexibility to install that without having to chip up the slab.
Okay, thank you.
I see a raised hand by Dave Talbot. Are we all set on our end from the board for any other questions or comments before opening this up?
Recording in progress.
Sorry, I didn't mean that.
Okay. All right.
Recording stopped.
Thank you, Julie. Yes, Dave Talbot.
Dave Talbot, 75 Linden. Just a comment on the car charging, because it's come up with a couple other projects. As an electric car owner, it's really fine to just have a regular outlet at the end of the most spots. That'll add a good 70 miles of range in a night, or 350 in a week, which is more than most people drive. So it's nice to have the level 2s, which can do double that, or even 4 times that. But as people, once you own an electric car, you learn that you don't necessarily need any special heavy duty circuits for your everyday use. Just something to keep in mind if for those of you who don't own an electric car. And the only other question I had was curiosity. How would this project be different if the new revised proposed 40R changes were in effect? What would be different about this to anybody?
Julie, did you want to address that?
I have not done that analysis, so no, I do not.
I mean, okay. Does a developer know? I mean, I know at one point he said he already complied with the revisions. So I wonder if that's still true.
Yeah, I don't know where the current revisions stand, so I guess my answer would be I'm not really prepared to answer that question.
Okay. Well, the reason I ask is because throughout the 40R public hearing process, there have been really no comments from any developers or landowners. And I just remember your comment, Jamie, last time saying that you already complied. So it does make me wonder how significant the changes really are for a project like this. But that's all. But nobody knows whether it would affect it at all.
I know.
That's all. Thank you.
Well, if Madam Chairman, if I may.
Please.
One of the requirements on the new density waiver is going to be a maximum of 65 units. And at 75, this would exceed that. So there's one. Okay. I don't believe that the 15% of the lot area is open space, though it might be on this one. 15% of 18,000 is roughly 18 plus half is about 2,700 square feet. So they may have that much open space. I think there's a few extra parking spaces because they cut down the number of units to 31. So they would meet that one.
Okay, well, that's helpful.
Yeah. And I don't know about the commercial space.
Because that might be the most useful thing to understand at town meeting is to say, hey, here are the existing projects and here's how they would look, how they would be different.
Okay.
Thank you very much, everybody.
You're welcome.
No problem. Anybody else?
I have a comment. I have questions. I just don't know. I can't find my little hand to wave.
Who is this who's speaking? I've got something that's still blocking the most of the pictures.
Yes. My name is Ken Nielsen. I live on Grand Street in Reading.
Okay.
I have several questions. This is going to be several affordable housing units. Where are the children going to play that live in these affordable housing units? Are they going to play in the there's no play area, so they're going to play in the garage? Are they going to play in the railroad tracks? I don't think any mother is going to want their kid to walk across the railroad tracks to get to the Washington Park. So that was one of my concerns. I'm concerned that they might be playing in the parking garage and take out a few windshields with baseballs. So that was that. And the number of people that are going to be occupying these affordable units, I take care of areas in Roxbury, Dorchester, Lawrence, Lowell, and I've gone into many units, houses that you go into the bedrooms and there's 6 mats on the floor in each bedroom. So how many people are going to end up coming, and what effect are all these children going to have on the Reading school systems? So, and I did the meters. You are going to have meters outside the building. You can't put a gas meter inside the building anymore. And the electric meters are going to be outside too. If you go to the building that was just renovated next door to Latham, there's 36 meters on the outside of the building, on that little alleyway that goes from Main Street to the parking behind. And I'm still on my noise complaint thing. I know I heard something about noise is linear. Well, on Grand Street, I can hear the band practicing at the high school. I can hear the gear shift on the trucks, tractor trailer trucks on 93. What else can I hear? Oh, the train. I can hear the train idling. 18-wheelers changing gears. And the other night, I actually heard the competition at Reading at the rifle range over in Woburn.
Ken, would like to stick with any comments relative to this site and this project?
This is about this site and project. The building is across the street from the railroad station, which is why it's a prime location. And all of these items are relevant to that location. I'm not talking Main Street. I'm not talking Woburn Street. I'm talking Chute Street. So, I don't know.
Julie, can you tell me how many parks there are in town within walking distance of Chute Street? Do you know?
So I think within like a quarter mile to a half mile, there's Washington Park, there's Hunt Park, there's the cemetery, there's help me.
Hunt Memorial down Pleasant Street, Memorial Park down Salem Street, the Town Common, Washington Park, and the middle school is within distance as well.
So we do have adequate parks available where children can go with their parents or with their friends. So we're all set on that, Ken.
The parents aren't there. Where are they going to play?
Typically, children don't play in a
I've lived in this town for over 35 years. I know where every park is. My kids played baseball. They played touch football. They played soccer. My wife was a soccer coach. I was a football coach. So I know where all the parks are.
Good.
Well, Washington Street is a 5-minute walk. Washington Street's a 5-minute walk. It has a basketball court, a tremendous baseball field, and a tot lot. So it's perfect.
Our building also features balcony and open space for each unit. And on the second level terrace, we have a portion of that that's, I think, over 1,000 square feet. That'll be for general building use.
All right.
Any other comments or questions from?
I had some other ones. I guess this is a done deal anyway.
I actually am wondering about that because I was also looking at that shared terrace area. Where's the access to that shared terrace area?
That'd be from the second stair. So I could pull the plan. I'm not sure the plan.
Is it possible to get rid of the recording language?
Not there, but you'd be able to access it from this corridor right here.
Okay, that's what I was looking at that, and the version that I saw, it was the door is actually shown in a different place. So it'd be great if that could be corrected to show where that access is to that second terrace area.
Yeah, but that's the idea, is that we have a small little corridor that both accesses that 450 square foot space, and then would also have another door that goes out to that 993 square foot terrace.
I see another hand raised. Sarah Bucalaccio.
Hi, Sarah Brucolacchio. I just had a quick comment. Back to that same picture that John Weston was commenting at early, the side view on High Street. And in sort of the spirit of blending the old and the new, I just wonder if you had considered on the second floor of the end of your building, instead of having that one rectangular window, have two windows that sort of look like they are like, you know, similar to the very old house that's next to it. You know, since you have the same shape, I was just thinking it might be more of a blend if you had the two windows, you know, the same style that you have. I don't know if you've thought about that, but, or if you wanted to put like some other feature, like some of your Art Deco diamond things, on the new building, just sort of like the old and new, but in basically a similar facade. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I hear what you're saying. We could obviously look at it. I think my general approach is, again, kind of mixing the more traditional forms and some of the new design language. Something that generally comes across as modern or contemporary is when you do have a larger opening for the glass, or a larger glazed opening. And so for that reason, that was why we generally have these larger, basically a 6 foot wide rough opening for the windows. But we could look at it to see if there was something that played a little bit better, in terms of the relationship to the adjacent building. We want that piece, as you identified, to really be a transition element that helps for the entire project to kind of marry itself in with the smaller scales of buildings around it.
That'd be great, because like one of the things that when we go downtown is it's just nice to kind of pan from the depot, and it would be nice to have that be more of a, a transition that's isn't so abrupt. So thank you.
Good. Julie, do you see any hands that are raised?
I do not. As long as Sarah doesn't have anything else to say. Doesn't look like it.
So, do we have a motion, Heather, to approve?
Do you guys want to look at the draft decision?
We need to look at the decision first.
We have to close the public hearing first, wouldn't we?
Okay, closing the public hearing. Seeing no more raised hands, we'll do that now.
Sure, I'll move to close the public hearing on the 40R plan review for 616 Chute Street.
Second. Someone can do that. The font is way too small.
Was that it?
Can we vote on that?
Do we need to vote on closing the hearing?
The lateness of the hour muddles my brain as well. Yes, can we vote on closing the public hearing? All in favor? I see nobody's image here.
Call the name. Yeah.
Yes.
Nick?
Yes.
Heather?
Yes.
Me, yes. Katrina?
And I think Tony votes on this one because I think Katrina can't.
Okay, Tony?
Then yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
So I can scroll through this here. I think most of my highlights are just to point some things out and not many questions left unanswered, but we'll scroll through. So providing an overview of the project, again, 29 units, 8 to be affordable, the commercial space, including the second floor and outdoor second floor space, 39 parking spaces within. Setbacks were detailed of capturing the 26-foot setback from that northern lot line where the residential abutters are. Building height, which we reviewed, and the building stepbacks, which helps provide the terraced and also some additional stepbacks at the 4th floor level. We also detailed the residential units, total number of 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms, and their average size for what it's worth. As Heather also noticed, I noticed that there is no door shown or access to that shared terrace, so I did condition that below as well. Again, the interior retail and the outdoor retail. Parking.
Back up. Sorry,
Yep.
Can you go back up, please, to where you were talking about the roof?
Yep.
It's unit shall be screened by, you moved it. Unit shall be screened by acoustic louver wall paneling. So if it's a louver, it's not going to stop the sound. So I would say acoustic, I don't know, acoustic treatment or acoustic
baffle.
I wouldn't be so specific about what the acoustic element is.
Okay.
They can investigate what the best type of solid acoustic panel is. Right, it's all open air, so it's just an enclosure around the perimeter of the units.
Okay, thank you. This is something that didn't get brought up much through the public hearing conversations, but we had noticed that there weren't any bike racks specifically shown on the plan, so we'd like to be able to continue working with the applicant to get such, whether interior or exterior, if it made sense.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I've designed lots of bike parking.
I was gonna say, I know some really cool bike racks.
So the TIA did have a few recommendations that I don't believe were shown on the plan, but below when we get there, we did condition that the applicant work with the town's parking traffic transportation task force, which is a staff run task force, to review some of these recommendations and go and find what makes sense and works for the site as it evolves. But I did want to highlight them in the findings as well.
Andrew, on that section, it says the site driveway along the High Street corridor. That the driveway was on Chute Street. Third under TIA concludes third bullet point.
I can reword this. I think this was more getting at that corner of High Haven and Chute. Or it might just be
along the
sidewalks
driveway
across High Street.
and the High Street corridor.
Right, exactly. But I'll see if I can clarify that a bit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew, on this section, drainage and grading, in the second paragraph, where it says the proposed building is built to the lot lines with the exception of 2 park areas, I'm very reluctant to call those terrace areas parks inside of the precedent. Can we just call them terrace areas?
It's a good idea.
Designed with ornamental, I don't know if he meant to say pavers, not pave.
Yep.
And then the landscaped area to the northwest. Where's the landscaped area to the northwest?
Oh,
I might actually have to reword this because there is the setback to the north as well. So this sentence doesn't necessarily make sense.
Okay, and I don't remember seeing a landscaped area to the northwest, I don't think.
Yeah, me either. I think that was pretty early on. Thank you.
Thanks.
Following that section, did you want to say the proposed roof runoff or the proposed rooftop?
I think runoff makes sense.
Under landscaping, I don't know if this is the area for it or if this is for the conditions, but an element that was discussed a lot were the greenery on the second floor terrace that was still at the point area at the intersection of Shoot and High. Do we want to cover that in this landscaping section? What's on my mind is when it gets to conditions, it's a condition that should be maintained.
Yes, I do believe we have a landscape maintenance condition. But let me note that as well.
Oh, and you have it here. It says the building step back at the second level will include landscaping that should be visible. Thank you. It's there.
Yeah, but it's good to note maintenance as well. That's a good point. This was a highlight just because it came up a few times, and I'm not sure that it was ever decided or confirmed just yet, but that fence that's to be on that northern lot line, I guess we just wanted to make sure that it's not, I think from what I heard, the white vinyl fence is not desired, which I would agree. So just thinking of flushing that out if it made sense to at this point.
Yep, agree.
Do we ask the applicant what is proposed at this time?
You're muted, Jeff.
So I think we can go a couple different ways. What's there right now, excuse me, the abutter, one of the abutters has a like kind of a picket fence, and the other abutter has a white vinyl fence, as Andrew is in love with. I don't really care what we do. My fence wouldn't be any higher than the white vinyl of the abutter. So you would probably really only see the building fence. Really not at all, because from Chute Street, it's going to be covered by the green wall. So there isn't really a whole lot of visibility of that fence. But that being said, I don't, obviously within reason, I don't have a, dog in the fight here.
Can we call it a cedar fence?
That's fine with me. I mean, that's certainly fine.
What's the offensive part, the vinyl part or the color? Because Cal's has that vinyl fence that has a cedar veneer to it or a cedar look to it. Seems to be aging okay.
Yeah, I think it was really the white color that we've seen on other projects that didn't really fit in.
My only objection to wood is eventually it does rot. So if there's a composite alternative that the board would be accepting of, I'm certainly amenable to it.
Yeah, I mean, those cedar colors do tend to go with the palette that you're proposing for the building, or something in that vein, right?
Yes, I think if we called it a cedar tone fence.
If you go back up a little bit, you still have the acoustic louvered walls for your.
I was looking for that. Thank you. So here are the discussed waivers, project density, off-street loading spaces, formal off-street loading spaces not provided, some parking dimensions for compact spaces, and the drive aisle widths.
Is the density correct? Is it 31 or 29 units at this point? I forget.
29 units.
Okay. All right, then the density is close enough. I think it's 70.2 at 29.
Aren't the drive aisles are one way, correct?
Yep.
So I'm wondering, Our verbiage requires 26-foot wide drive aisles, regardless of whether they're one or two way.
That is right now the bylaw doesn't make any distinction between the two.
But I think that's implied, isn't it? It doesn't matter, I guess. It just seems.
Yeah, I mean, I would tend to agree, but I go by the bylaw, and if they're deviating from it, then.
Nick, not to mix projects, but I think that was an issue that was noted earlier on the other project that we were talking about.
Okay.
Similar to comments earlier, we also do condition that the applicant try to prep, as Jeff had mentioned and Heather, for future tenants.
Andrew, under the conditions, is this where we can put in a condition that the greenery of the green wall and the greenery visible from the second floor terrace should be maintained?
Yes,
Dead vegetation should be replaced,
yeah,
etc.
I think that will fit under after occupancy, if not already there. Do you
think
it makes sense before somewhere?
Oh, okay, perfect. Yes, thank you.
So these are just some discrepancies in some of the plans that I had noticed. Just the unit counts and retail square footages on one of the cover sheets, I believe. A note kind of tucked away in trees that also I don't think anybody really noticed, but that might be able to be removed. The access we want shown to the terrace through stair 2. This one I think was left over from the TIA, but I'm not sure that it makes sense without reviewing with PTTF first.
And D refers to the louver wall paneling again.
Thank you, good catch. This was also brought up at some prior hearings, I believe, that maybe an acoustic analysis with a baseline of no train running and a baseline of when the train is idling, and then comparing that with some of the layout of the building and the materials used to see if there's any improvements that could be done building wise. So I wanted to highlight that to make sure everybody was aware of that, and it also made sense that the way it was written.
Good.
Is that we're talking about internal, like architectural acoustic analysis,
right.
Correct?
Right.
Right.
What do you mean internal?
Not environmental, right? There's environmental, which is what does a building do to the neighborhood versus noise in the neighborhood versus what's the noise of the on the inside to the building for the building occupants.
So I had thought that it would be two.
I think this is about capturing the ambient baseline of the area so that they can show that their building doesn't impact or doesn't, make it worse. That's all I've ever done for acoustic analysis for my projects. Right? Capture the baseline of the neighborhood, show that your equipment isn't adding to that or
Yes.
stop the property line.
Yes. Yep. So,
I mean, design of the layout of the building doesn't make any sense anyway.
right. And I guess that's the sentence that didn't make sense to me.
Okay.
Right. So this is about the neighborhood. This is about like Woburn Street or the adjacent neighbor.
Okay, I just thought it might have like recommendations on building materials and process details that could be improved or help improve. But maybe I'm mistaken. If we don't need this last sentence, then that's fine.
I don't think so.
No.
Okay. So this condition I highlighted again, just for everybody to be aware of going forward. I think we'll look to include these when there's accessory garages for parking, just to make sure the layout does work as designed prior to the vertical construction.
And Andrew, where do we have a provision that members of the board can see the materials, touch and feel them, not just in a rendering?
That was prior to building permit, I believe. Materials, the applicant shall return to the commission with samples of proposed materials and colors to be used.
Excellent, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So this was highlighted again, just because it's a bit unique, I think, with the Lower Haven streetscape concepts that could move forward. We just wanted the ability to potentially continue to work with the applicant on the design of that corner park, but this was put in pretty early on. So if the board feels that the design is fitting more so than it was before when it was a tree or public art or so on, then it might not be needed, but I kept it in just to continue.
Yep.
I guess the statement of public easement shall be considered for a portion of the corner terrace. To me, that's, I guess I thought that that wasn't a shall be considered. I thought that a commitment was made that an easement would be provided. I couldn't swear what the square footage was or anything, but I thought that wasn't a shall be considered.
Okay.
Jamie, do you?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that, John. I guess in practice, I think what I'd like to do is understand exactly what the town wants to do with that area. I'm certainly not averse to providing an easement. I just don't want to define what that is until I think we all have a conversation about what's sort of going to go on down there. I don't know if that makes any sense.
That makes sense for me. If we can, and I hate to, wordsmith here, right?
Okay.
Something a little bit, to me, shall be considered is you could turn around tomorrow and say, yeah, I considered it. We're not doing that. Right. Like, something.
Yeah, that's not my intent. So however you guys want to word it, it's fine with me.
We'll work cooperatively with the town to define an appropriate.
Can we let the lawyer weigh in?
Yeah.
You're muted, Brad.
Thank you. My concern would be we wouldn't want signage stuck up there. I mean, if it can say that it's going to be low growing vegetation, that would be appropriate, I think, for what the town's trying to do as far as beautification. But I'd hate to see some sort of a sign that's stuck there that advertises different events. That would affect the architectural integrity, affect the corner. I think that's a relevant concern. Is that do violence to what the town's trying to do? That kind of a restriction?
No, but I think the question, right? I think, right. We need language that says that the applicant would work cooperatively with the town to achieve an easement. Shall consider.
That's not a problem. That
Okay.
commitment is not a problem.
Right.
As I say, as long as it's not going to be some sort of a structure put there.
Right. And so I guess I would understand that issue. That
no structure would be placed there.
If we wanted to clarify it, I have a suggestion. You could say the applicant shall work with the town staff on the need for a public easement for a portion of the corner terrace that supports the streetscape concepts. This is all toward supporting the streetscape content, not for other uses.
That's fine. Thank you.
And I can work with Julie and even engineering on language on this too, and the applicant.
That's good.
Okay. Thank you. Again, just some of the recommendations that might impact some of the public right-of-ways I wanted to condition to make sure we revisit as things progress. Garage striping was another TIA recommendation that I think makes sense. I actually don't see anything here on landscaping. So. I know we have a condition that I can pull from other projects similar to this as well to make sure we're consistent. That was everything.
Okay.
So do we need to vote on the waivers first?
Yes.
And can you remind me, do we vote on them individually or all taken all together?
I think that's up to us.
I would recommend individually.
Would as well.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going back up to try to find them. You bringing them up? There we go. All right. So I'll move that the CPDC, I'll move that we approve the density waiver requested for the 40R plan review at 616 Chute Street.
There a second?
Second.
Do a roll call vote on each one?
Please.
Was that a yes or no?
Please.
Please. Okay. All in favor of approving the density waiver? I'm okay.
You have to go through our names, I think, since we're not all together.
Heather?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Nick?
Yes.
Tony, are you voting?
I'm voting on this one and I vote no.
Okay. Katrina?
Katrina does not get to vote on this one.
I'm sorry?
I cannot vote on this project.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll move that we,
Project.
did we get everyone, Pam?
I believe so. I don't have
Okay.
them all in front of me.
Pam, you didn't vote yourself.
I had started out by saying yes.
Okay, my bad. Thank you.
Okay, so next I'll move to approve the off-street loading waiver for the 40R plan at 616 Chute Street.
There a second?
I will second that.
Okay. So John,
Yes.
Nick,
Yes.
Heather,
Yes.
Katrina's not voting. I'm going to say yes. Is that everybody?
And I would be the last one.
Tony?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and I'll move to approve the parking dimensions waiver for the 40R plan at 616 Chute Street.
Okay. I'm going to say yes.
Second.
Heather?
Second.
I'll second it.
Okay. I'm going to say yes. Heather?
Yes.
Nick?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Katrina's not voting, I think. Is that right?
All right.
Tony, write the names down. Repeat them.
I'm sorry?
Write the names down so you can just repeat them in order.
And I will vote yes.
Okay.
Okay, and then I'm going to move that we approve the waiver for the garage drive aisle width for the 40R plan at 616 Chute Street.
I'll second that.
I'm going to vote yes. Heather?
Yes.
Nick?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Tony?
Yes.
Katrina was a no vote on this one. Is that everybody?
Correct.
Okay. That was parking dimension. What was the last one?
I think that was the last waiver.
Yep, you got him up.
Okay. Okay. Do we have a motion to approve this project?
Yep, I'll move that we vote, I'll move to approve the 40R development plan for 616 Chute Street.
Second.
Pam says yes. Heather?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Nick?
Yes.
Katrina?
Not voting?
Not voting. Tony?
Yes.
I think that's everybody. Yes, no?
That is correct.
Okay. It's passed. Brad, please pass along our best wishes to your son.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Right, we'll be talking. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
It is now 11:24. What shall we do?
So there's one important thing that you need to do, and then there are two things I wanted to share with you, but I can do them really, really quickly or not do them at all. So you have not yet voted on whether to support Article 15, which is the 40R bylaw amendments at town meeting. And so I just need you to make a vote on that.
We have a motion.
Yeah, I move to, are we approving it? Is that what we're doing? Are we recommending it?
You're recommending it, yeah.
Okay, I move to recommend the zoning bylaw amendments under Article 15 to town meeting.
For a second. Anybody?
Second.
Thank you, Nick.
Can we have a quick discussion before we vote?
We can do that.
Quick check. Were there any changes or amendments we wanted to make to this before it hits the town meeting?
So you talked about it at your last meeting. And I don't have any additional feedback from town council or the Department of Housing and Community Development yet.
So my understanding, or my recollection, I should say, foggy as it may be at this point, was that we didn't vote last time because we were going to hang off until and or if we had any comments from DHCD or town council. And you're saying that we have not, but we've sort of run out of time. Is that where we're at?
Well, no, you could take this vote on April 11th if you want. I think it's unlikely we're going to have feedback from DHCD by then. And we don't have another meeting scheduled between April 11th and town meeting, but you could definitely wait to vote. I was just trying to make sure I didn't forget to have you vote on it,
yeah.
But I could wait till next time if you want.
Well, I'd be okay waiting till next time.
Can we get feedback from DHCD?
Yeah, they gave initial feedback, but we need to give them an analysis of like how the proposed changes might impact every lot. And it's a lot of work. So we're still working on it. So we haven't even given that to them yet. And then it's going to take them a while probably to get back to us. So
I actually would be more concerned about town council's comments than, right, because if DHCD says something, we'll like sort of have to work through it.
Right.
But simple stuff, I'm not saying that the more direct comments we might get from town council might want us to do something different.
Town council reviewed it and you reviewed their comments on February 7th and they don't have any additional comments.
Oh, they don't?
No. So they're done. Yeah.
All right.
So
with that being said, I don't think that we're going to get any other information if we haven't provided DHCD with anything at this point. We're not getting anything back from them between now and April 11th. Right.
Yeah.
That's not just
like they did an initial analysis and sent it to us to add stuff to, and we're working on that and we just send it back to them. But it's not the only thing we're doing. So
yeah. No, that wasn't a criticism. I'm just like what's reality going to happen between now and then. I'm fine with voting on it without, I don't think waiting will do anything for us.
Okay.
That being said,
need to vote on the motion. Second and vote the motion.
I believe the motion was seconded.
Okay.
This is the discussion before the vote. So now it's time for the vote, and Katrina would vote and I would not.
okay. I vote yes. Heather?
Yes.
Tony? No. You said no. Katrina will.
Yes. Yes, I will vote, and yes, I will vote yes.
John,
Yes.
Nick,
Yes.
the vote is passed. Good, that's out of the way.
Okay, so that was the easy one. So I have a draft presentation for Article 15, which I was hoping to get feedback from you on, but so I have that, and then I have like an update on MBTA communities, the analysis that we've been doing. So I just defer to you if you want to do them or not do them quickly. It's 11:30. It's up to you.
Folks, what's your thought?
I can give some feedback on the town meeting article right now. If you need some help copying the table, including the setbacks from John or
I figured that out. Andrew helped me figure that out earlier.
Okay.
So I could just blow through it and show you like kind of the format of it quickly.
Okay.
Okay.
We haven't hit midnight yet.
I feel bad. My stuff is always like at the very end of the night.
No, but it's just as important as everything else, Julie, so no problem.
Thank you. That's nice of you. So let me just jump to the top. So I'll just scroll through it real quick. So it just starts out the basic slides of what this is. And then I did like some background of why the Downland Smart Growth District's important. This stuff was lifted right out of the 40R update that was in the town meeting warrant in November. So it's stuff hopefully you've all seen before, nothing too exciting. I usually do this at like black and red. This is the format I'm supposed to do for town meeting, but the red highlights are like the important things, typically how I do it. Like the main takeaways are the things I want people to focus on. And then I went through the process that you had the last year with all the public and then your public hearing. So the Your Downtown Initiative and then your public hearing, which was many super late nights. And then kind of the goals of the amendments. And then when I was looking through the amendments, I realized I could categorize them neatly into five categories. So there's like the promotion of open space, protection for abutting uses, as of right projects, some of the requirements that will impact as of right projects, and then projects seeking waivers. So there's the general objectives, and then there's the density waiver, tiered schedule. And then there were some like edits that we made just for like aligning the bylaw with the 40R statute or 40R guidelines, and then clarification purposes. So I just broke them down that way, and I just went through like these are the open space areas allowed. So it's just an allowed use, the design component, protection for abutting uses, this added purpose that John Barnes suggested, and then section 2 or category 2, protection for abutting uses. So adding in these definitions here, this language about plan denial. Some of these or most of these came from John, as you probably remember. And then for as of right projects, the things that you're changing in the table, just pulled those out. And then related to the table was this footnote that John added here for additional setbacks and stepbacks in transitional areas. With again, like the main points of each slide are kind of summarized in like a red box or a red arrow. And then as of right projects parking requirements, so you increase the parking requirement for 3+ bedroom units, and then you had some specific language about size of spaces and drive aisles. The commercial component, so you changed this the way it's worded, and then the requirement, and affordability, so lowering the threshold basically. So projects that are 9 units or more need to have an affordability component, and then there is the ability for you to grant a waiver from this if an applicant pushes back on it or can't do it or whatever. And then projects seeking any waivers, there were the design objectives, which I pulled out right here in the red box. They're similar to the design objectives we have today, but like with a little added language and clarification and strength, I think. And then the waivers for projects, the density waiver, like so these are the general things, requirements for any project seeking a density waiver, and they're all kind of pulled out and highlight or summarized on the side. And then I made a density capped at 65, big and bold and right there on the bottom. And then just going through the tiers. So tier 1, and then the summary of what the things are on the side. Tier 2, again, a summary on the side. Tier 3, and I highlighted in yellow just like what the tiers, the density is, to make that pop off the screen a little, and the summary. And then category 5, alignment and clarification. So some of your definitions, like we just edited some of the language. This one we copied in from section 2. Multifamily, changing it from 4 to 3, and just aligning with chapter 48, chapter 40R, various statutes. And then additional minor edits that were made just for ease of like, or legibility in like reading this. Again, legibility, although you wouldn't know it from here, that it's actually going to look more legible when it prints in the bylaw. So that's, maybe I'll fix that. That's how it printed in the warrant, I think, sadly. Anyway, so that's that. Those are the 5 categories broken out into pieces, and any feedback you have is much appreciated.
The only feedback I have is, as Mr. Talbot suggested, we might want to pick 1 or 2 projects and say how they would have changed or what conditions they did not meet.
Yeah, I have a couple of suggestions that might be along the same lines. One is we may want to include some of the examples of the projects. I in this process, I used that table of what is the actual density of the projects, what's the % open space. We may want to use that in the presentation, that a lot had at least 15% open space. And for anybody on town meeting who can't easily envision what an acre is, 65 units per acre will sound like we're going to have a lot of housing. And so I think we just want to be clear about how different projects compare. And my other thought is at the start, we might want to have just a single slide attempt to summarize what we heard in public comment as a way of demonstrating that what we're doing, what we've done has been, I think, a pretty good job in response to public comment, not just the instructional motions that we received.
Right.
Great idea.
Yeah.
Okay, great idea. And then oh, sorry, go ahead, Katrina.
No, you go ahead. You respond.
No. My thing can go at the end.
I was going to suggest we add something. Well, I don't know if we want to change what's on the goals of the amendment slide, but it notably doesn't mention density, and that was probably one of the bigger concerns. So you might want to add a goal there about like creating, more public benefit in exchange for density at an appropriate scale, something of that nature.
Great. Yeah. I was going to say that it's been suggested that we have the CBDC and staff host like a trial run presentation, kind of like Q&A session for town meeting members prior to town meeting. And so we were looking to try to schedule it like the first hour of your meeting on April 11th. And it's a little tricky timing because like town meeting members won't know they're town meeting members until the night of the 5th, right? But I'm going to work with the town clerk and see if there's a way we can like let everybody know before the election that if they get elected that there's a thing happening. I mean, anyone could come, right? Open public meeting. And then let them know again. So it's not like just like super late notice and nobody comes. Otherwise I was like, are we going to schedule another meeting to do that? Kind of hoping not to have to. So there will be like a dry run presentation to kind of see how it goes and like what other information we might need and want to add in for town meeting.
And so is the point of that to I guess, how do I put this? Will essentially be presenting and fielding questions from the same town meeting members that are interested and focused in on this topic in 2 sessions, right? To me, that's a little bit odd to give them a preview of the same thing in a more intimate setting.
I mean,
with not all the town meeting members.
Well, no,
hearing.
it would be, well, right. Everyone who could attend, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To me, that's a little bit odd.
Yeah. That's a good point that you make. I think like the goal was to try to get ahead of some of the questions we might get from people who might not have been paying attention the last year or might not understand these things in great detail.
Are those are not likely the people that will come to a CPDC meeting to hear the presentation.
Yeah.
What about doing something? Well, what about doing something like a webinar that could be recorded, like webinar format that could be recorded? And my thinking is this: is that then by the time that town meeting members and everybody's going to be new again. I mean, they'll be reelected people, anyhow. I'm thinking something that we can, like something like a webinar that we could record, then town meeting members in preparation, in addition to going through all of the written language in the warrant, might be able to have access to a presentation on it just in preparation. So we could, I don't know if that's much better because in a webinar format, you can take questions by chatting and things like that, but it's more of like a presentation than a debate and a discussion. I would worry a little bit that if we spent the first hour of our meeting, we would get into debate pretty quickly that is most appropriate on the floor of town meeting.
What about just a pre-recorded presentation that they could watch? I don't know, because I could do that. I mean, do people really want to listen to me?
I don't know.
Well, I guess I would, yeah, and people do want to listen to you, Julie, but I think that I like that idea because zoning is complex and especially a town meeting, like you're trying to wrap your head around it, like, and that may give people a time to like sort of absorb that want to time to absorb it and then come to town meeting with good meaningful questions. Not that they aren't all meaningful, but
well, right, because otherwise they're getting the presentation, you have the information, you have the written background information that's in the warrant, and otherwise you're getting all of this information at town meeting and have to absorb it all right then. So I personally think there might be, for folks who are really interested and do their preparation in the first place, a pre-recorded presentation could be useful.
Yeah, and then they can always contact me like via email and ask me questions, like people often do when they read their warrant,
right?
Reach out and ask questions. So I mean that's no issue at all. I could do that.
I like that because it doesn't get us all into deliberation.
Okay.
Sort of in a different forum.
Okay. Does everyone agree? And that's something that staff will just do and we'll make for people. And there won't be a Q&A, and we can I'll try to go slowly through the presentation and kind of explain as best I can, like how the decisions were arrived at and what the data shows and all that.
Sounds good.
I'll put your feedback in the presentation first. So your great ideas.
Might also be good to have a map of the district in the start of the presentation.
Great idea.
Okay, and you know what else? I'm thinking about a comment that was made about the goals of the amendments. let's make sure that in the goals we say that this is in response to the instructional motions, that we heard the instructional motions and we are doing a holistic review, because that's really what was needed in order to get at the intent behind the instructional motions.
Okay.
Good point.
Yeah. Great. Should I give you, is there anything else, or should I move on to just a quick update on MBTA communities?
Oh, please go ahead with the MBTA community.
Okay. So I did a little bit more of the analysis just today, actually, from that we talked about last time. And let me see, which one would I screen share? Let's see. Basically, I just did a quick analysis of like the remaining parcels in the downtown smart growth district, and like, you know, how last time we talked about how I removed all the ones with existing multifamily of a certain density, and then removed all the parcels that are like less than 6,000 square feet. And what was left, ran an analysis of like a low end density, right? 20 units an acre, that's the minimum. And then like the high end 65, with like the example projects in each category. So for this one, let me just see, just move myself out of the way. 14 Chapin's 3 units, and this 128 Tire like proposed at 12 units, but big question mark there. But so these are example projects on lots of similar size to this category here, 6,000 to 11,000 square feet. So I did the low end and the high end. The number may end up somewhere in between, but just to give an idea of like what could be achieved in this range of density on these properties. Not really taking into account like the high end units like that, like we might not, I could reduce it to 12 if 12 were like the max for this lot size, but I think in some cases you might end up with more and in some cases less. So I just left it alone. And then for this category, the same thing. And so then when I add them together, I figured like on the low end, we might get 310 additional units. Downtown in the high end, it might be close to 1,000. And that, you know, it's really probably somewhere in the middle, because not every project is going to be built out to 65 units an acre for sure. And right, so I would just want to get a sense of like whether we could even achieve like close to what we need to try to zone for. And so I think the answer is no, in the downtown smart growth district. So then I looked at, I'll just pull up the Word document I was working on. So just going back for a second, like I figured we have about 459 units like existing like recent approvals. That number will change based on what happens with the 128 Tire property. But it'll be about that maybe. And then what was left was about 53 parcels, which is about 16 acres of land. And then programming, like I just showed you, the different densities on those parcels gave us a preliminary capacity estimate of 310 to 1,007. And just looking at where that gets us in terms of the need to zone for 1,990 units. So on the low end, we would have 769, which would mean we'd have a shortfall of just over 1,200. And then on the higher end, we would have a total of 1,466 and a shortfall of just over 500. So somewhere between 524 and 1,221 units would need to be zoned for elsewhere, like outside of the downtown smart growth district. Big if is like if the way that I'm doing this build out and this analysis is acceptable to Department of Housing and Community Development. They haven't given like any real guidance on how to do a build out analysis. But I'm assuming that they're probably not going to make it easier. So this is like a gross, just really gross idea of like whether we could get there or not. So then I thought, okay, let me see what we can achieve in A40 and Business A. And I don't know why it didn't occur to me like immediately, but we have some really strict lot and dimensional requirements for multifamily in A40 and in Business A. So while multifamily is allowed as of right, it's nearly impossible to implement. So for example, in A40, there's a minimum lot area of 40,000 square feet. Only one parcel in the A40 district meets this requirement. That parcel already has multifamily housing on it. So if we count existing multifamily units, like I went through and got that number, and that's 41, and then trying to program or zone the rest of, figure out the unit capacity for the rest gets us 0 because they're all undersized. So
but they can be combined.
But right, they can be combined. But so that's like a question that I have for DHCD is like, how do we deal with small parcels? Do we assume they get combined? That they haven't really given any guidance on that. What they'll accept in terms of an analysis. And then it's a similar thing with Business A, although I haven't like finished this analysis, but there are similar lot and dimensional requirements. And I did look, and only 4 parcels in Business A meet the current like 40,000 square foot lot size requirement. So given that, you know, the big questions are still out there. Like, we would be required to zone for less if we were considered a commuter rail community, about 500 units less, which would be easier to achieve, but still probably require some sort of zoning change. And then, like, is this worth it? Do we want to do this? And there's lots of other questions, more specific to like how we deal with the build out analysis. But
it seems to me that something's a little bit broken here, because if Reading is doing, you know,
aggressive build.
right, you keep saying that DHCD is saying that we're doing sort of everything right, and we're, you know, out on the edge of this. And of course, right, the MBTA communities is not being led by DHCD, right? Who's that being led by?
Well, it is, right? It's a statute. And then the DHCD, like a different branch, not the 40R branch.
Yeah.
Is promulgating the guidelines.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, you know, if we even as a, let's say we could get recategorized as a commuter rail community, if we can't do it, and we have all this existing multifamily density, you know, near the commuter rail already, so we've proven that we're you know, doing the good work here, and we're still coming up, you know, we've built, you know, we have 500 units and we're shy 1,200. Like, that's not even in the right realm, right? And then if the idea here is that we either need to make our downtown, you know, much more dense than what it is, or start creating a more dense area further away from the commuter rail that's not within walking distance, like, that makes absolutely no sense. So something's, you know, like, I think that we're probably, I mean, keep going with this analysis, and maybe we are the poster child of like, you guys got something drastically wrong here, because if Reading can't do it and look at what they're already trying to do, then, you know, you got to loosen up the approach.
Right. I mean, I need to like give it some more thought.
Yeah.
But if it were to be decided that we wanted to try to see what we could do, you know, they're like reducing the minimum lot area would be one way to make it like more feasible, maybe not entirely feasible, more feasible that multifamily could happen in A40 and Business A. Just open the door for a few more parcels.
Yeah.
But it's a lot, like the order of magnitude of what we need to zone for is a lot. More than just a few parcels.
Why would we continue to do that? We are so short on both of those numbers that why would we compromise better design, better quality development to try and just jam pack stuff in? Let's just say forget that.
Yeah, and right,
open space.
Yeah.
Right.
Even the low number, the 500 is impossible to meet. You can't find those spaces, so
no,
don't stress it.
Actually, I found them. Found 486 units, potential units. So I took the S15 district alone, and I made the assumption of 15 units per acre. So a 5,000 square foot lot would require a minimum of 3 units. That can be built. I found a plan for a 23 by 56 building that's roughly 35 feet high. So it's 0.27 instead of 0.7 for lot coverage on a 5,000 square foot lot. So based on that, assuming you hit the 15 unit minimum, or if you set it at 15 units per acre, rounding up, which buys you the extra units, within 1,000 feet of the MBTA station, you could put in 486 units. 486 multifamily, because the key here is you need at least 3 units per lot to be counted.
Those are in S15. That's in the S15 zone, right, Tony?
Correct.
So are you standing up at town meeting and proposing to rezone the S15 zoning district?
Sure.
And what does that buy?
Have fun with that, Tony.
Yeah.
What does that buy us, Julie? A couple of grants here and there?
Well, right. So that's the other question. And I did a little research. I'm still waiting for some input, but let me pull up really quick. I think I have it.
I mean, if they're grants of $100,000 to $1 million each, then we need to figure out how to satisfy this mandate. But if they're little $1,000 here grant and $1,000 here, I'm not sure we want to twist the arm of the residents of this town any more than we already have.
So these are the categories, and they're actually tied to like different statutes, but there's housing choice grants, which we did receive thanks to Andrew applying when I was out having a baby. We did receive a $50,000 grant in 2018 under housing choice. The local capital project grants, it's like section 2 EEE of some chapter, and then MassWorks grants. We haven't received any in the last decade that I can figure out, at least from my conversations with people who would know. So the question then is like, what might we be going for in the next few years? We still are a housing choice community until 2025, I think. And so we could still apply for grants under that. And then, you know, there's always talk around town hall about all the projects we're doing and trying to get something queued up for a MassWorks grant, and those can be fairly sizable. So that's the trade-off. There's no guarantee we would get any of these grants if we applied.
Right. They take considerable amount of time to prepare a grant.
Right. Well, right. And then there's the back end, like management of the grant and the consultants and the projects. So it's not like a small amount of staff time to apply and manage grants.
I understand.
So
Hundreds of pages of text.
Well, I'm normally all for going after funding that can help us out, but it seems to me at a glance, we'd have to twist this town into such a knot in order to become eligible for them, for things that, unless we have a real kind of clear reason we need to be going after these grants, I haven't been persuaded it's worth it yet.
I can try to quantify what we might apply for under MassWorks to put a number to that if that's helpful, but I don't know. I know other communities that are having like a much harder time. I don't know, a different harder time, I guess, than we are, and that are getting just being told that it's not worth it by their elected officials.
Yep.
So.
Trying to get 1,200 more units, I'm pretty sure you'd get that same answer. If that's how the math ends up.
Right. So I'll be presenting like basically that document I showed you last time with some of the additional analysis that I did to the select board next Tuesday. So we'll see what they say.
Okay.
And you know, there might be a way we could do something, but TBD. So that's all for MBTA communities. I know it's chiming 12 o'clock right now. I can hear the bell in the church. But I do want to say, so I reached out to all the outdoor commerce, dining, programming, and storage applicants from last year. There were 6 of them, and 5 of them want to do it this year again. Unfortunately, 2 of them lacked the foresight last year to get a permit that extended past 2021. So they'll be coming back to you. And I'm trying to get them ready to come back on April 11th. So their applications, Mandarin, I don't think has changed. And then Oyez is hoping to do something more permanent. So those are the 2 that I'm working with to try to come back.
I don't recall ever seeing any tables outside Oyez.
Yeah, they didn't implement it. They got approved, but didn't implement it last year.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the one that doesn't want to do it again is Fuddruckers. So
who?
Yeah.
Fuddruckers.
Oh.
That makes sense.
And we're working with the other ones, like to make sure nothing changed, to make sure the police department didn't get complaints and we didn't get complaints, you know, all the things that we're supposed to do to be able to like renew it for them without having to come back to you.
No, and there's a low
Great.
fee for applying for the permit for that, isn't there?
There's a what?
A low fee. There's some sort of a fee, right?
There's no fee for a minor site plan. Nope.
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 Okay.
Not for minor site plan. Which this is. So that's the scoop from the planning office.
Okay. So do we have a motion on the floor to adjourn for the night, or do we have anything else on the agenda?
Nope.
I'll move to adjourn.
We need to figure out, Julie, what to do about the Gould Street property and that fan.
I haven't heard about it recently, but okay.
I will second that, Heather.
Okay. All in favor of adjourning for the evening?
Yes.
Aye. Did everybody's hand up?
Yes.
Tony?
I don't get the vote.
I guess we're adjourned.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.